Hi, everyone. Hi, can you hear me? Can you see me? Hope everyone is here. I waited a few more minutes for everyone to join. Hi, everyone. Hi, can you hear me? Can you see me? Hope everyone is here. Okay, just making sure everything is set up. Let me see the chat room as well. I want to be able to see it. We're doing it from YouTube, but it's an unlisted link. Yes, perfect. Everyone is saying they can hear me, they can see me. And this will be recorded. YouTube records it, and it's an unlisted link, so only you have it. And this is how we're going to proceed for all the webinars. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for being here on Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. And yeah, this is foundational course, the 12th sign of the tropical zodiac, the 12 astrological signs, starting with all about Aries. I'm Lada from astrolada.com. For those of you who don't know me, I studied astrology since 2003. I studied Vedic, Western, Babylonian, all types of astrology that exist. I studied them. Hopefully we'll learn a lot. And before I start, I want you to join me for a little prayer. So the universe helps us. And there we go. Thank you, God, for allowing us to be here on that day. Thank you for giving us this amazing knowledge. Thank you, God, for the opportunity to spread that knowledge. I'm asking all our guardian angels, all the guardians of the universe, of humanity, all our higher selves, the Holy Spirit to be with us, to protect this recording, to protect this webinar, to make it easy for everyone to understand, to bring knowledge and understanding and self and answers to questions that we've been all looking for this to be enlightening, to open our hearts and minds, and to have a positive and a positive impact on our souls and on our lives. Thank you so much. Amen. Okay, so I'm channeling the energy of Aries, so I put on everything in red. You know, Aries rules the color red. And this time, all about Aries will be a little bit longer than the other signs, because in the first webinar, I'm going to explain a little bit about the zodiac signs, the tropical, the sidereal zodiac, what is the difference between them, because many of you might know already, but this is a foundational course, so we have to start from the bottom, from the beginning. Because many of you write to me and say, oh, some software show I'm an Aries, another software shows I'm a Pisces, some software shows I'm a Gemini, another that I'm a Taurus. Why is it like that? Because in India, they do not use the tropical zodiac like we use in Western astrology. They use the sidereal. So already we can see there are two zodiacs. And I can show you a picture here, just a second, how they are different currently. Just a second. Here is the picture. Yes. Just one moment. How they... Sorry about that. My notes. If you can see my screen, let me share it. Someone said they don't see or hear anything. I want to make sure everything is working well. Sound is great here, perfect. I don't see or hear anything. I'm not sure why, guys, but the recording will be there. Where is the video? Okay. Screen share. Here it is, if you can see this. You see how there are actually two zodiacs, and nowadays, where Aquarius, this is mostly Capricorn, sidereal and tropical. And what is the difference? I want to first explain the difference between the two zodiacs and which one we're going to be using, because there's so much confusion about that there. The sidereal zodiac is the real stars. You can see the constellations behind. You see those dots here, those stars that they make little shapes. And these are the actual constellation that are observable with the eyes. While the tropical zodiac is the zodiac which is formed, it's the inner circle here, which is formed by the intersection and the connection between the earth and the sun. And they both have the same names, they both have the same qualities, but they're used for different things. And the tropical zodiac is basically based on the seasons. Just a second. It's based on the seasons, so where the sun on the solstices and equinoxes. This is the zodiac we are going to be using for personal astrology. And the tropical zodiac is based where every year the sun crosses the ecliptic, the sky. When you see the sun changing direction, you know, in the northern hemisphere, when it's summer, when it's the height of the summer, the sun reaches its highest northern point. In the winter, in the northern hemisphere, the sun reaches its lowest southern point. And the moment the sun changes direction, this is when the cardinal signs are happening. So the tropical zodiac is based on the cardinal, on the seasons. You know, when summer comes, Cancer starts. When winter starts, Capricorn starts. When spring starts, Aries starts. And the beginning of the zodiac is considered to be the spring. This is the start of the new beginning of the year for all ancient civilizations. They were celebrating the start of the new year. The moment the sun starts moving northwards, basically, the moment the sun crosses the day and the night equal, and the sun starts moving north to the northern side more and more. And the autumn is the sign Libra, when the sun starts moving south more and more. And the Capricorn is when the sun reaches the lowest sign south position it can reach in the sky. And Cancer, when the summer starts, is when the sun reaches its highest point in the north sky. So basically, in the northern hemisphere, we see it like the sun. The days are much longer, basically. And this is our local zodiac, guys. That's why we're using it for personal astrology, because it's the relationship between our Earth and our Sun. So it defines this, even though it's not visible, it's not the actual constellation, but this is the moment we incarnate on Earth, we become subject to that zodiac, to that zodiac, because it's the local one. It defines the seasons, it defines the movement of the sun, it defines the solstices and equinoxes, while the sidereal zodiac is the one which is based on the actual stars, and the names are the same. Again, Aries, Taurus. But this is a zodiac which is beyond our solar system. It's formed by the big constellations. So it's not personal zodiac. It's beyond. It's more beyond the human everyday reality. It defines the big ages in humanity. And each zodiac, basically, each in the sidereal zodiac, we use it to define the ages. Just like for the last 2,000 years, we were in the age of Pisces, because every spring, when tropical Aries starts, for the past 2,000 years, the sign of Pisces, constellation of Pisces, has been rising behind the sun on the eastern horizon. And it's starting very soon, in the next 200-300 years, when you rise on the first day of spring, on the 20th of March, when tropical Aries starts. In 100 years or so, when we rise on that day, the sun will be rising on the eastern horizon in front of the constellation of Aquarius. And for the next 2,000 years, the sun will be rising in front of the constellation of Aquarius. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that using the sidereal zodiac for personal things does not work, does not describe them so well. While we have to use the tropical zodiac for personal astrology to define, for example, what color car you will buy, what nationality your husband will be, where are you gonna meet him, where did you lose your watch, for example. And if you see the sign Aries tropical, you know, you lose it, you forgot it somewhere near a hot place, maybe by the fireplace, you know. But we have to use the tropical zodiac. I'm sorry if some of you are Vedic, they're using the sidereal zodiac, but they're circle within circle, and they're both correct. They're just used for different things. Sidereal is for the big ages in humanity, for the big developments in the world, just like for the last 2,000 years, it was the age of Pisces. So we learn how to, whole humanity had to learn the principles of Pisces. Pisces started with the age, with the coming of Jesus Christ. And of course, Christianity defines Pisces because it's about turn the other cheek, forgive, don't answer back, forgiveness, and the theory of sinfulness and being meek and having faith without proof. While the age of Aquarius that is coming now for the next 2,000 years, we'll be learning about science, about understanding the divine through the mind, because Aquarius is a air sign. So you see, when we learn about all the 12 signs, how this corresponds. But this rules the big human ages, the sidereal zodiac. It has the same energy, the same meaning, but it rules global events, huge chunks of time. And the sidereal zodiac takes 26,000, 25 or 24,000 years for it to make a full circle, while the tropical zodiac takes 1 year, because every month the sun passes in front of one of the tropical zodiac signs. So it's very local, more personal for our everyday life. And there is a third zodiac within those two zodiacs as well, which is again defined by Aries, Taurus, and it's defined by the rotation of the Earth around itself. And these are the so-called houses in astrology. And we call them first house, second house, third house. But the first house, this is the moment you were born. The first house is which sign was rising on the eastern horizon. Again, the eastern horizon defines, just like with the tropical zodiac, with the sidereal, whatever sign rises there on the moment you were born, this is your ascendant on the first house, but it has the energy of Aries. The second house has the energy of Taurus, the third house of Gemini. So they follow the same order, this third zodiac that we speak about, but we call them houses in astrology, and they don't contradict each other. We'll speak about them. You can have the first house, which has Aries energy of expressing yourself, of starting action. You can have it in the sign of Gemini and in the constellation of Taurus. So they interpose on top of each other, but each one is for a different area of our life. And we're going to use just the tropical zodiac and the houses, which again are defined by the tropical zodiac. But you see how there's circle within circle within circle. And the houses, they make a full spin for 24 hours. So each zodiac takes different time to spin. The houses, the first, the second, the third, to come back again to the 12th house takes 24 hours, the rotation of the earth around itself. For you to pass through this circle, the smallest zodiac circle, which we call houses in astrology, but they carry the same energy. But the houses correspond to very specific areas of our life, to very mundane specific, like the first house is the body, the second is our money, the third house is our social life and our communications and our neighborhood, the fourth house is our home, the fifth house are our children, the sixth house is our workplace, the seventh our partners, very specific things. While the tropical zodiac, which takes a year for the sun to go around it, it takes a year for the sun to go around it. It's 12 signs again, starts from the spring with Aries every year at the same time. It defines more, it's like an adjective. It defines qualities. Say, you can have the second house, which has the energy of Taurus, of money, which is money, one specific, like the houses are like a noun, like a specific subject, object, while the signs are like an adjective. Say the second house, if you have it in Aries, and we're going to speak about this all one by one. The second house is your money. If you have it in Aries, you can see like description of, qualities like adjectives, how you can make money. Or if your seventh house of marriage partner is in Aries, the seventh house has the quality of liberal relationships. But relationship, what will be your marriage partner if it happens to be in Aries, for example? And we'll go through each houses if it happens to be in Aries one by one. But if it happens to be in Aries, for example, it will give qualities of your partner like Aries. He might have red skin. He might be, fiery like Aries. He might be impulsive like Aries, So you see how the tropical zodiac defines like adjectives, descriptive qualities, while the smaller zodiac, which is the houses that we call, describes specific positions in our life, specific areas, people, circumstances in our life. And the third zodiac, which is the sidereal, it describes, it takes 26,000 years and describes the huge ages. That's why we don't use it for everyday stuff, you know. You can use it maybe to see bigger picture, your spiritual mission somehow, and your spiritual star body. But when we're focused on predictive astrology, on astrology that I am using and that you want to use for every day, you know, we're going to use the tropical zodiac and the houses. So hopefully you understand what the difference between these two is. Let me open your comments so I see them all the time. God, it helps. Okay, sorry. Still nothing. Okay. I hope you can hear me, everyone. Just write something if you can see me, if you can hear me. So I carry on. Maybe there are a few minutes delay here, but hopefully you understand the difference between sidereal and tropical, and we're going to use tropical zodiac. But there, basically, every circle or every cycle that you take, you can separate it in 12, and they will have those 12 specific energies of each sign. And every single object in the world, every single living or non-living object has those 12 specific energies within it. And we describe them by a circle, but also the human body does correspond to the 12 parts, to the 12 zodiac signs, like the head is Aries, the neck is Taurus, the hands are Gemini. So absolutely everything on earth, absolutely everything that is born, that exists here in physical form, has this energy of the 12 signs within it. And you might say, yeah, I'm an Aries, but Aries contains all the other 12 signs within itself as well. So you see those three zodiac signs, the sidereal, which is the actual stars, the tropical, based on the relationship between the earth and the sun, which is the year that the sun takes to make around, the earth takes to make around the sun, basically. And the houses, which is the time the earth takes to make a full spin around itself. They all have the same qualities. So once you understand those basic qualities, no matter which zodiac you work with, you will be, you know, but you have to work with the tropical for earthly matters. So hopefully this is clear now, and hopefully you understand what the difference is and why I am and we're going to use tropical zodiac. And starting with Aries, we're going to look through all zodiac signs one by one. And in each of the next webinars, guys, we're going to go through, first of all, general description of the sign, looking at its qualities, taking some notes about what Aries rules generally in the incarnated earth, the colors, the smells, the foods, you know, the tastes, the objects that it rules, then the qualities, cardinal, mutable. We're going to go through all of that. Then we're going to look at Aries, the meta signs from Aries. The meta signs is how Aries derives its quality. Why is Aries called, for example, that has very fast thinking? Well, because Gemini rules its third house. Because, as I said, each sign contains within itself the other 12 signs, and they, in regards to their position to Aries, define why Aries acts like that, why are the qualities of Aries like that. And through those meta signs, you're going to see how all Aries have very similar qualities within them, whether it's their sun is in Aries or their moon is in Aries or their ascendant. And then in the second part, we're going to look at what it means to have Aries on different house cusps. For example, you might be Virgo ascendant, so you're going to have Aries on the 8th house cusp. Or you might be Scorpio sun, and Aries will fall for you in the 6th house, and what it means for you. So even if you're not Aries, you'll learn what it means to be any other sign, and what it means for Aries to fall on one of your houses, one specific area of your life, how it's going to impact it, and how to best allow that area of your life to function if you keep the rules of Aries. And then the third last part, we'll be looking at Aries what it means to have Sun in Aries, Moon in Aries, Venus in Aries, the 7 visible planets, what it means to have them in Aries. So we're going to go through all possible position of Aries everywhere in the horoscope, in all the planets, positions of planets in Aries as well. So hopefully we'll cover all this. Maybe it will be 3-4 hours, the webinar. We'll take short breaks in the middle. And yeah, so let's start. Aries. Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, as you know. It's the baby of the zodiac, the newborn of the zodiac. Aries starts always on the first day of spring, when the sun is in Aries. You know, other planets might be in Aries in totally different times of the year, but Aries is defined, and it's the start of the zodiac, and the start of the zodiac is defined the moment the sun crosses the ecliptic. If this is, you know, here, the moment the sun comes here, if this is the horizon, in the previous 6 months, the sun has been from Libra to to Scorpio, to Sagittarius, to Capricorn, to Aquarius, to Pisces. And then exactly when the nights are equal, so we've been through the winter, in the northern hemisphere. And if you're from the southern hemisphere, you'll say, but this is not correct, because in the southern hemisphere, Aries is when autumn starts. But why did the ancient people choose it like that? Why is Aries given the qualities of spring? Because the earth is like a human being. Even though it's a circle, it has its head, it has its legs, it has its 7 chakras. And the earth, the northern hemisphere, is where basically the earth is where the head of the earth is up to the waist, so to speak, and below the equator is like the lower part of the earth. And that's why every time the sun starts crossing, going towards north, even though it might be becoming winter in the Western hemisphere, we consider that we're going up towards the head of the body of the earth, so we're giving the beginnings of new beginnings, of the sign Aries. It's here. So the moment the sun and the night and the day are equal, that's on the 20th of March, approximately 20th or 21st of March every year, Aries starts. And even if you're in the southern hemisphere, Aries will carry the energy of new beginnings, of freshness, of excitability that we're going to talk about. And then after that starts Taurus and Gemini and Cancer. On the peak of the summer, when the sun reaches most northern part, when the sun is basically sitting, I would say, like at the head of the earth. And then we go at Leo and Virgo and Libra again. Okay, so Aries is this peak, is exactly this point when the days and the nights are equal and the sun starts moving north. The solar solstice, the solar equinox, exactly. The equinox, and the sun starts moving north. So this is when the whole zodiac starts, and this is when Aries, when the sun transits there, this is that part of the year. We call it the season of Aries. And of course, the other planets might, Saturn might transit in Aries once every 28 years for 2 years, Jupiter once a year every 12 years. But the zodiac is defined by the movement of the sun. So, because it is the first sign, it has the energy of new beginnings, the energy of excitability, the energy of, I'm just trying to do my, of independence, of own action, of the physical body as well, and Aries is a cardinal fire sign. Each of the 12 signs has qualities. So there are 4 types of signs. There is the earth, water, air, and fire signs. And there are, Aries, together with Leo and Sagittarius, are the 3 fire signs. And fire, of course, starts. It's the beginning of the zodiac. Fire is the rarest element, is the liveliest element. So we have to start like the spark of life, just like the Big Bang started with a bang, with fire. The same way, the beginning of the zodiac And the beginning of everything is ruled by fire. It's Aries. Aries rules any beginning in life, you know. It doesn't have to be a circle or zodiac. If you're starting a new project, it's Aries energy. If you're giving birth to a child, it's bloody, it's Aries. And Aries is painful sign because Aries is ruled by Mars, the planet of pain. And just like birth, giving birth is painful. It hurts. In the same way, starting anything new is painful because you're coming out of your comfort zone, and it can hurt, it can burn, it can frustrate you, it can excite you too much. You know, it's not this peaceful, settled energy. No, you need the spark, you need the penetrating, like a knife energy to break through, to start a new beginning. So Aries is associated with anything sharp, with anything hot, with anything burning. It's associated with pain as well. It's physical, visceral pain. It's connected with blood. It's connected with it's connected with cuts and bruises as well. And Aries, as a start of the zodiac, is fire. Fire element carries the energy of excitability, carries the energy of basically of, you know, energy. It is energy. You know, people that have no fire in their horoscope, they might find it very hard to find energy for anything. And people that have lots of Aries, for example, they'll be like a ball of nerves. They'll be so excitable, like little puppies. I have 4 planets in Aries, and people ask me, why are you moving your hands all the time? Why are you all the time like moving around? Because Aries is movement. It's new beginnings. Aries is excitable. It needs to move, to do things all the time. It's, you can't, fire doesn't sit, you know. And this is this initial spark of fire. But Aries is a cardinal sign as well. And cardinality, why is it cardinal? Because cardinal, there are 3 types of signs: cardinal, fixed, and mutable. Oops. Cardinal, fixed, and mutable. I know for some of you it might be very rudimentary astrology, but we have to speak about that. And Aries, together with Cancer and Libra and Capricorn, these are the signs of Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, are all cardinal signs. Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius are fixed, and the mutable are Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces. Okay, so why are they called cardinal? Because cardinal means a totally new direction. Cardinal means totally new energy. Because Aries happens when the spring starts, when there is totally new energy in the earth. Or for if you're in the southern hemisphere, this will be the autumn, but it's again, all those cardinal signs, Cancer and Libra and Capricorn, they're all the cardinal signs because this is when the seasons are changing. This is exactly when the solstices happen. The solstices and equinoxes, when the direction of the sun is changing. So you see it in Capricorn, when it reaches Capricorn, that all of a sudden it stops moving south, stays for 3 days, and starts moving in the other direction, as seen from the earth. In Aries, all of a sudden the sun starts moving towards the northern hemisphere. It's again, there is cardinal change, and you see the seasons are happening then. If you're in the equator, you're not going to see this change of seasons, but still this is the movement of the sun starts changing. From the equator, you'd still see it. You'll see the sun going up and north and south. And that's why they're cardinal, because they're cardinal changes that happen during that period when the cardinal signs start. The start of spring, the start of autumn, the start of winter, or the change of the sun's direction. So there is cardinal changes in the weather around, in the moods of people, and in the energy overall. And cardinal energy is about starting new things. So you see how all cardinal signs, they can start new things, like Cancer, Libra, Capricorn. And if you have no cardinal signs in your horoscope, no cardinal planets, it might be hard for you to start totally new things. Or if you have a lot of cardinal signs like me, you'd constantly be starting new things. And if you have no fixity, you'd never complete them, because fixed is about completing something, about carrying it through. Or if you have no mutable signs, okay, you start new things, you complete them, but you'll never improve them and change them to make them better, because mutability is about improving something. You don't totally change it, you don't start totally new thing, but you improve it, you upgrade it, you remove some things, you add some things. This is how cardinality, fixity, and mutability, how they're different. And fixity is when the seasons are very, you know, when the sun goes into Taurus, for example, this is when spring is fully in bloom, and it's quite fixed as a season. You don't have surprises, so to speak. Or when Leo it is, it's the middle of the summer. Or when Aquarius is, it's in the middle of the winter. You know, the qualities are very, or the middle of the summer for the southern hemisphere. The qualities are very fixed there. While the mutable signs is when the last month of each season, before the sun starts changing direction again. So they're mixed. They have some of the qualities of the previous season and of the next season. Just like in September, we start with, it's still kind of summer, it's still warm, but it's starting to get, you know, kind of a little bit autumny, the leaves starts falling. Or just like in Pisces, it's not exactly spring yet, but it's not exactly winter either. It's both. It can snow and it can be sunny, and there can be a few flowers that come out, you know. So you see how the cardinality, fixity, and mutability can define a sign. And Aries is a cardinal sign, which means starting new things, and it's a fire sign. So it's extremely excitable. It's the most exciting, the most enthusiastic sign of all, because fire is enthusiasm, is passion, and passion to start new things. And even if it hurts, if you have strong Aries, or whatever Aries is in your horoscope, you'll be starting new things. You will have courage and daring there. You will be like, you know, and you might, for example, have all your planets in water and earth, so no fire. But if you have Aries, for example, in the second house of money, you will have this Aries passion to start new things in regards to finances, in regards to money, in regards to create security and stability in your life. If you have Aries in your 11th house, you might have no Aries planets or anything, but 11th house rules friendship. So you have this enthusiasm and passion to create friendships. But the negative side of Aries is that, you know, too much excitability, too much eagerness to start new things can make you irrational. That's why Aries, people with strong Aries, not irrational, sorry, reckless, impulsive. People with strong Aries can go and do crazy things, you know, or whatever Aries falls in your horoscope, you can be impulsive there, and you can first act and then think. So this is one negative side of Aries. Well, sometimes it's exactly what we need, sometimes just to act rather than start thinking. And if you don't follow the dictates of whatever Aries falls in your horoscope, you know, you're going to be acting against the nature of that house, and you're going to block that manifestation of your life in your horoscope. You know, just like Libras, they might be hesitant, but Aries falls in the 7th house of relationships. So they need to approach others, and you see Libras are quite proactive in approaching others, in creating relationships. That's why they're called such a relationship-oriented sign. But because their 7th house of relationships is Aries. So Aries is impulsive, it starts action, it goes approach others. And often Libras, whether it's your ascendant or to a lesser degree sun or moon, they would go and approach their partner, and they would go and find their partner, you know, because you're the one doing the action proactively, you know. So we'll speak how Aries, whatever it falls in your horoscope, that you have to take action there. If you want those things to happen in your life, you have to be independent. You have to rely on yourself, whatever Aries falls, and you have to take action. And you have to be assertive, and you have to start new things. Because if you're not, if you're passive and waiting, say you have Aries in your, you know, what shall we say, in your 10th house of career or 6th house of job. Well, if you sit around and you hope people to come and to offer you a job, it's not going to work, you know. If you have Pisces there, which is a Pisces and receptive sign, it can happen. You might be working in one place and someone can come and offer you, or you can hear somewhere, oh, there is this new opening, and you might go and work there. But with whatever Aries is, you have to take the action. You have to be the one that moves, that takes the initiatives, and the universe will help you. The Aries energy will pour into you and will help you. Aries rules, so it's cardinal, new beginnings, starts a lot of new things, might not be able to complete them, of course, but we need, and whatever Aries is, we need to start a lot of new things. And it's, it indicates change. People with lots of cardinal signs, so especially Aries, they will have a lot of changes in their life. If you have strong Aries, whether sun, moon, or ascendant, there will be a lot of new beginnings in your life over and over again. You might be in your 60s and you might be starting again with a new family, marrying someone 20 years younger than you. I'm not saying all Aries will do that, but their life is not going to be like, predictable and goes, stably the same way, especially if your ascendant is in Aries or sun or moon, If you have Aries, whatever you have Aries, say if you have Aries, Venus, the planet of relationships, there'll be a lot of new beginnings in your relationships. There'll be a lot of, there will be a cardinality, starting new relationships as well. If Aries, so you see, Aries destiny is not to have a fixed destiny, is not to have a predictable life, to go somewhere and and if Aries goes in such a routine, whether it's your sun in Aries or your moon or your ascendant, you will feel quite dissatisfied. You would feel like your fire has been, like someone has thrown a bucket of water over you. You'd feel lacking this passion and energy. Aries feels in its environment, it feels happiest when it's starting things. That's why if you're an Aries and if you don't start new things, you can sabotage your whole life and create a lot of instability in your life, only so you can experience the new beginnings of energy. And you can do it subconsciously, or the universe, if you become stagnant, but you're strong Aries, say sun in Aries, moon, ascendant, or a few planets in Aries. If and your life is too predictable, it's too, nothing new is coming in, you're going to or coming back home for years and years, you have your family, whatever, the universe will say, okay, he's not or she's not making any changes, so I will, they have to experience the energy of Aries. They come here for it. They're not living their truth. And because they're not living their truth, the universe, what does it do? Or your higher self, or because you're if an Aries has such a life, even if they say they're very happy, they are trying to convince themselves the fire in them has been extinguished and killed, and it's not. It's simmering there, and it needs to burn, to spark. And what happens then to such Aries? All of a sudden, something comes. Their wife leaves them, or someone fires them from their job. So this change, this cardinality of direction, of change, comes from outside, because they haven't embraced their Ariousness, because they haven't, embraced the qualities which they have to manifest. When you embrace them yourself, when you make changes in your life, then there won't be those surprises from the outside. And it doesn't mean leave your wife and start a new job every year or something like that. Well, there might be this kind of restlessness, whatever your Aries is in your horoscope. Say if it's in your 10th house, there might be as well this restlessness in your career. But you need to make some conscious changes. You need to make some movements, maybe to, to consciously go and look out for a new job, to make some changes there at your job, or to make whatever Aries falls. Or if it falls in your relationship house, if your relationship becomes too predictable, too fixed in routines, Libra ascendants, for example, that's them, and Aries falls in the 7th house. They need cardinality. They need new things in their relationship to keep the relationship fresh. Otherwise, the universe will keep making them jump to new relationships, or start new relationship, business or personal. They need to bring this excitability, this innovativeness, this freshness constantly to their relationships, and then they can keep a long-lasting relationship. Or when it comes to your money, for example, if you have Aries in the 2nd house of money, that's usually for many Pisces. If they don't try new money ventures, for example, new sources to find security, and if they're constantly relying on one and the same thing and don't try new things and don't become, experimental almost there, their money can be disrupted from the outside. But if they follow the instincts of Aries and try a new venture here, move money here, do it, there is movement, there is action there, new exciting ways to make money, new, you know, kind of business ideas and stuff like that, then Aries can make you lots of money. Aries can create, and whatever Aries is in your horoscope, this is where you can put a lot of energy. This is if your life has become stagnant, if you have no energy, go to the house of Aries and do things connected to the house of Aries, and it will start, your whole life will get energy, you'll get motivation, because Aries is the sign of motivation. Your whole life will start moving and changing. So yes, if you want new beginnings in your life, but you don't know where to start from, say some people come to me and they say, I want a total new beginning in my life. I don't know how to start it, where to start it, but I don't like how I'm now. I've been stuck in the same position for too long. Well, I'll look at where Aries is. And I know that starting a new beginning there will be the easiest for them. And once they start it, Aries is like a chain reaction, because it's the start of the zodiac anyway, and it is this initial spark that it gives, and this initial spark lights the fire in them, and it can light, if they feel unmotivated, unhappy, or stuck, or you know, fearful, go to the house of Aries, I'll tell them, and this will, some changes there will make like a chain reaction, like a domino reaction, to make changes overall in their life. You know, so if Aries is in your 6th house, I would say change your diet. From a change in your diet to start physical exercise. So change your job, change something in your work environment as well. When they start it, it will start at the chain reaction for the whole of their life, for new beginnings, basically. Let me see your comments, unless you can't follow me. What do you think would make an Aries not changing, Lada? Would it be an incompatible moon or ascendant? Yes, sometimes it will be harder if you have, you know, if you have, and I've had periods, even having so much Aries in me, even I, and being all fire, even I've had periods when I'm stuck and I'm not doing anything new. And then when you come into your element, you start showing your Ariesness. And it might be much more hard for people that have, say, a lot of fixed signs in their horoscope, say moon in Taurus, ascendant in Leo, Venus, Mars, and Mercury in Leo, or whatever, you know, in the fixed signs. It might be much harder to go against the new against this fixity there. But still, you can make small changes. You know, you don't have to go and change the world. You can, as I said, a small change in whatever house Aries rules, or whatever planet is in Aries. For example, if your moon is in Aries, move the furniture around. You know, just go and move the furniture around your home, because the moon rules home, furniture. On a bigger level, you can just relocate to another place, or move to the next flat. But just moving, rearranging something in your home, physical movement, or do exercise at home, for example, doing something physical, something, you know. Or if Aries is in your 3rd house is walking. Go and walk in your neighborhood, on the streets. You know, it will start these changes, or start reading new things. 3rd house is learning as well. Start reading, like subscribe to a few magazines and start reading them, new things, and this will start this change for you. And of course, you cannot constantly make new changes, but they can be small ones, you know. So you can manifest this cardinality of Aries in whatever area of your life it is. And an Aries who is stuck and is not making any changes is an unhappy Aries. I can give you an example. When I lived in London, and I was basically for the last 8-9 years, my daily life was always the same, everything the same, and there was no excitability there. So I was constantly changing my business, because you need to do something, and I wasn't doing it to feel better. It's just this Aries restlessness has to come out somewhere. Sorry. Okay. But, you know, Aries also rules youthfulness. Aries rules excitement and passion. Whatever Aries falls in your horoscope, there'll be a lot of excitability, like a puppy, you know. And whatever, you'll be fast. Whatever Aries falls in your horoscope, you'll be very fast there. You'll be very, you know, kind of excitable. You'll do things fast. If it's in your 3rd house, like for me, Aries falls in the 3rd house of speaking. I speak fast, and I bring a lot of innovative information, a lot of new information as well. And I constantly learn, because you need to, third house is learning. You need to constantly stimulate it there. Aries is sporty, muscular. When we speak about Aries in the first house, the physical body will be described by Aries when we come to Aries in the ascendant. Aries is competitive, is combative, is not afraid to confront others. If you are Aries and you're not confronting others, and doesn't mean go and fight with others. It means that state whatever you're feeling like. Don't avoid it. Don't tuck your tail in and run away. Whatever Aries is in your horoscope, you need to be forthright and direct. And Aries is simple. It's not complicated. Aries is the baby, the first sign. What do babies do? They wah, hungry, wah, poo, wah, cold. It's very simple. If you make the life of Aries too complicated, with too many mysteries, with too many having to second guess themselves, well, if you have strong Aries, this person will give up on you and move to the next thing that is more accessible, more simple to understand. Aries needs this simplicity to be. You're not gonna complicate things for a child, are you? You're not gonna make for a newborn. You're not gonna create a food hunt for him to find where the food is. You need to. It doesn't mean give everything to Aries immediately. Well, they're very impatient. They want that, but Aries does not want mind games. Does not like complicated things. It's a bit simplistic as well. You might even look a bit naive, because this is the first sign, is the baby, the zodiac. And Aries, that's why it's also very good with children. Children love the energy of Aries because it's simple, it's straightforward. And whatever Aries is in your horoscope, you have to be straightforward and direct as well. Someone says, what if you have a lot of Aries, like Sun, Ascendant, Venus, but it's in the 12th house? If your ascendant is the first house. So if you have the Sun and Venus in Aries, they're in the sign of the ascendant, so they act like first house. Even if they're above the ascendant, the ancients used that house system, which is called whole sign house system. One sign equals one house. So if you're ascendant, and if you have Venus and Sun in Aries and your ascendant is there, they affect the first house. We'll speak about everything one by one. And yes, indeed, if you have it might be sometimes, if you have Aries, it might be clashing with the other indications in your horoscope. Like you're having, say, like someone says, I have Sun here, but I have Taurus, Cancer, Capricorn, other planets in those signs. Well, yes, they can contradict and that's why such people are more complex. They're not going to be as simple as Aries, I'm very simple Aries, because everything in my horoscope is in Aries and a bit in Leo. So it's kind of, there is very simplicity, straightforward way of thinking as well. I'm not gonna hide or play games or anything like that. But people are more complex. Not everyone is as simplistic as me. And people are more complex. They can have, say, something in Capricorn that's very different in nature, something in Scorpio, something in Virgo, very different in nature, and they will have different layers and different periods in their life, or in different areas of their life, they'll show different energies. Say if you have Moon in Taurus, you can be someone who does not like any changes at home, and you should not have them, and in the family stability. But their Sun might be in Aries, and they like a lot of innovation and new things when it comes to their career, to their life goals. So you'd use Aries just in those areas of your life that whatever planet falls there, whatever house cast falls there, while you use the other planets in other areas of life. You cannot just, if your Sun in Aries, doesn't mean go and change everything in your life. It means give more physical exercise to your body, give new exciting projects to your career, new entrepreneurs. Sun in Aries, they entrepreneurs, I don't know how it's pronounced, starting new businesses, starting new ventures all the time. Anyway, so speaking generally about Aries again, I want to give you another example of Aries. Aries is described by the ram. And the ram is an animal, if you know about animals, is that it goes and it eats everything. When it eats the grass, this is an example my teacher Ernst Wilhelm gives. He has a great course on the science as well from a Vedic perspective. And when a ram eats, it eats everything. It pulls out the grass with the roots, so nothing grows again there. It's almost like you cannot utilize that earth again. So it does not conserve reserves. Wow, if you have a cow, which is Taurus, a cow, if you even look in nature, cows are under the influence of Taurus, so they'll act like Taurus. But a cow, when it eats the grass, it will eat just the top of the grass so the grass can grow again. So cows conserve, like Taurus would conserve energy. Like the second house is where we conserve energy as well, the house of Taurus. And it will keep things. It will not waste them. The fridge of a Taurus moon, for example, he's not going to throw things out of the fridge. He's going to be eating. He's trying to conserve things, you know. While Aries, you know, where Aries is in your horoscope, not in all areas of your life, of course, just where Aries falls in your horoscope, or if you have many planets in Aries, the energy of Aries will be impulsive. It will eat everything. It will uproot everything. So it does not conserve energy. And that's why Aries, when it goes in something, it goes with all its power, but it can't go a long way because cardinality is not longevity, you know, and it can go a long way for long periods of time. And even the physical energy of Aries is short. In short bursts, they can sprint, but they can't, like, you know, do a marathon. And that's in every area of your life. So say if you have Aries in your 6th house of daily routines, you can do a lot in short spurts of time in your daily routines. So your work, you can go to your work and work 4 or 5 hours, get everything done, and then you feel exhausted, and then you need to rest, and then you need to start again, you know. If it's, say, well, when you speak about Leo, you know, you see, or Taurus, how they might be much slower and fixed, but carry on for much longer periods, but do things slower, you know. But Aries, it goes bam, fast, 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 you know. So they can have a burnout, or you see, like this, they don't conserve energy, and they just eat everything with the grass, with the root, so to speak. And I'm giving you this figuratively, not I want to, you know, to speak about every area in your life, basically. How Aries is this kind of a, it will just go jumping with both feet. Whatever you have in Aries, in that area of your life, will jump with both feet. Will won't think about the consequences, like a ram that eats the grass with the roots and whatever. And there is a saying about Aries. There was even a song in Bulgaria that it says, it was a song about an Aries man that whatever he passed through, he left nothing grew after him, and he burned all those women's hearts after him, because whatever Aries passes is like a fire passes, and nothing can grow after that, in a sense, you know. Because Aries goes and puts everything in. Say they're excited about relationship, they're excited about something, they put everything in, goes away, and then those left behind, and what came over them, what was that tornado that spun their life and created this magic in their life and created this new spark in their life, and everything was like, ooh, like the start of a new big bang. And then Aries leaves, and people are left like, oh, you know, when an Aries leaves, basically thinking, what exactly happened? Okay, so we spoke about Aries. It's cardinal. It's which means starting new things. It's fire, which is excitability and passion. We spoke about all the different qualities, that it's independence, that it rules the muscles. Let's speak about the physical body. The Aries, as the start of the zodiac, rules the head, especially the forehead, the skull, the eyes, the upper teeth, the lower teeth, and the mouth is Taurus, because we eat. Taurus is a sign of eating. Are the ones that we bite with, attack, you know. So Aries rules the upper teeth. It rules the especially the forehead. And you notice people with strong Aries moon or ascendant, or you know, the sun or planets, they often would have a bigger forehead because it rules the head. Aries is a, you know, it's a simple sign, but it's an intelligent sign because it rules the head as well. And the fire, often Aries might have a bit less hair, because fire burns, you know, and hair needs moisture and whatever. You can see, especially Aries ascendant people, and you know, I don't have much hair, and this is extensions, to be honest. You see how simple and direct I am. And I have very fine and thin hair, but you'd often notice people with strong Aries, that especially males, that because Aries rules the male hormones, and male hormones, when they're very strong, it makes bold a man, you know. I don't know if that's very scientifically proven, but it's, I think I've read it many times. And Aries rules this, the adrenaline, and too much adrenaline kind of thins the hair. And Aries so rules the head. So often people with strong Aries, they will be very sensitive. They'll love their head being touched or caressed, or it can be an erogenous zone for them, say Aries Mars people, or even Aries Sun, Aries Ascendant, Aries Moon. They would love, or Aries Venus, their head touch, their hair touch. They love to wear kind of accessories on the head, glasses, you know, hats and things like that. This is like their, what they'd like to accentuate. Aries rules, and if illness comes, they might get more headaches, they might get some meningitis, they might get something. Aries rules part of the nervous system as well. Aries rules the adrenalines, problems with nerve, nervous tension problems. And that's why this adrenaline, they need to exhaust it in short bursts of energy, or activities, either having like a quick walk around the neighborhood, or a quick 20-minute or like interval training. For Aries, interval training can be good, you know, rather than going for long marathons. They can, you know, do like fast stop, and they need to direct that energy somewhere. Otherwise it can create nervous tensions, it can create even illnesses that are inflammatory, accidents as well. You know, Aries is very prone to accidents, and we'll speak about that. Why is Aries prone to accidents? Of course, they're impulsive and stuff like that, but where exactly it comes from the meta zodiac that Aries is prone to accidents. And Aries is a sign that it also rules, you know, the head. So any kind. And why would it be a more sensitive part for Aries? So if you have your sun in Aries, or moon or ascendant, every time there is a difficult transit there, say Saturn, or, you know, an eclipse there, or Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, they're going to affect that organ that the sun or the moon rules in the sign of Aries. So that would be either the head, or that would be the blood. Aries rules the blood as well. Aries rules the muscles, so they have to be careful. They have to keep their muscles toned. Aries life can be prolonged a long way, whether it's your sun, moon, or ascendant in Aries, if you give a good tone to your muscles. A lot of the disease for Aries, and a lot of the immunity and issue problems, or whatever that can happen, can be overcome by having a good muscle exercise. So for Aries, it's good, rather than going on long, you know, runs and stuff, to do 10 minutes a day, doesn't matter, 10-15 minutes a day, muscle exercises, whether it's while sitting on the desk, squeeze your butt, whatever, just tone your muscles. And Aries tones their muscles very easy. You'll see, if you have someone with strong Aries in their horoscope, that even if they're, you know, they might have Cancer and Taurus to put on weight a bit, but underneath that weight, there'll be a good toned muscles, and they tone their muscles very fast, because Aries rules the muscles and Mars rules the muscles, and the blood, and anything bloody. And the adrenals, we said, the, you know, the face, the head. And by the way, Aries also have to be careful with the kidneys. The opposite sign from Aries is Libra, and always they can be like a projection. When two signs are opposite, sometimes because the organs are interconnected, so the kidneys produce the adrenal glands. You know, the adrenal glands is Aries rules this hormone, and this can directly affect Aries as well, because they're connected organs, so to speak, you know. Sorry. Oops. So they should be careful with the kidneys as well. Aries with the head, they often will have scratches, bumps on the head. They often will have some kind of, you know, that's their more vulnerable area, but also this is what the sign rules, so it will be an exception in some way. They're part of that part of their body. Okay, and often they might have problems with the eyes. Look at me, I wear glasses with strong Aries, you know, because there's too much, when there's too much energy going through one sign, it can always create too much pressure there. So there's the wearing glasses, and problems with eyes is very Aries thing. And what is the meta zodiac? I'm referring to the houses. Yes, I'll speak about the meta zodiac in a little bit. Let me take a break. And let me just quickly say, Aries rules the color red. Aries rules the head. Aries rules any foods that are spicy hot, like garlic, onions, radishes that are red in color, red peppers, naturally red in color, not if you take jelly and paint it red. We're talking about natural foods. So if you are lacking fire and energy in your life, you can bring it. Say you lack motivation, say you lack energy, you lack in any area of your life, doesn't matter, without knowing your horoscope, introduce Aries rule things into your life. Wear red, put on red lips. Say you lack passion, say you lack sex drive. Aries rules that primal sex drive as well. Say you lack motivation to start new things. Start wearing red. Start wearing red lipstick. Get coral, red coral stones. Aries rules the corals or any red stones. Or get the metal that Aries rules is metal. Yes, Mars rules the metal. Wear metal stuff around you. Spiky stuff. Put spiky things. For example, when I was feeling very vulnerable and weak years ago, without knowing about anything about astrology, because I was having Neptune transit, and Neptune really takes the edge off of any Aries. Neptune makes you like Pisces, you know. And I was feeling too weak, too being taken advantage of. I wanted to be stronger and more warrior-like, and everyone was taking advantage of me, and I was crying and I was emotional. So without knowing, I just cut my hair short, because, you know, the energy of Aries is masculine. It's a masculine sign, I forgot to say. So anything masculine is like cutting hair short, brings in energy of Aries. I also started wearing spiky and everything sharp. Aries rules everything sharp. Spiky metal thing around the neck. And I started also wearing metal accessories a lot without knowing, and wearing red and black. Aries rules those two colors, red and black, like very sharp, you know. And I felt a bit more stronger, you know. You can use such little tricks to bring energy into your life, to bring the energy of whatever sign you're missing. Or it might be the opposite. You might be feeling totally masculine and drained and too non-feminine. Then we'll have to introduce things, the signs of Venus, like Taurus and, you know, or softness of Pisces. But we'll talk about those signs when we get to them in the following videos, you know. So yeah, Aries, if you want this motivation, put red stuff around, eat red foods, red peppers, radishes, onions. You'll stink, but you are now building up your motivation and energy. And exercise, sport. It takes energy to create energy. So do a little bit of sport and it will bring the motivation. Your Aries rules all sports, all activities, you know. Okay, guys, we're taking a break and I'm going to come back and we're going to speak about the meta houses for Aries. The meta houses will be why Aries takes the qualities it has. And after that, we're going to speak about having Aries on different house casts. And after that, in the last part, having Sun in Aries, Moon in Aries, Venus in Aries, Mercury in Aries, you know, we'll pass through all of those. But I want to put the most focus on things that you haven't heard, because you can read about the Sun and Moon in Aries everywhere, or Venus and house cusp in Aries everywhere. But I want you to understand in depth the energy of the sign and why Aries has those qualities, the derivative signs of Aries, and what Aries can often expect in their life through those derivative signs. Even if you have Sun, Moon, or Ascendant, we'll speak about the meta zodiac. Just give me 5 minutes and I will be back. Thank you. I was saying, sorry, I just read the comments. Someone says short hair for Aries. I never heard that. No, I'm not saying Aries should have short hair. No, I'm saying that if you're missing the Aries energy in your life, if you're missing Aries energy is motivation. You don't have to be Aries. If you're missing, if you're too soft, if you want to bring Aries energy into your life, you cut your hair short, like soldiers do, because it brings this Aries energy. You know, soldiers are shaved heads as well. That's what I meant to say, not that Aries should have short hair. If anything, Aries should have long hair because they have too much of this Aries energy. They need to relax it a bit by growing the long hair, you know, to balance it out. Anyway, but if you're missing motivation and drive and excitability and passion in your life, or if you're missing strength in your life, Aries rules courage, not exactly strength. Strength is more of a little thing, but courage. Then you can cut your hair short. You know, that's why women in business often will have a shorter hair, so they look more, you know, because the business is very Aries, cutthroat, competitive. business sharks environment, you know. So often women in business will often even cut their hair short. So they're taken more because they start generating of this more Aries energy. Hope you understood that. Sorry. Okay. Hello, I'm back again. Let's continue with the meta zodiac. And what is that? These are derivative signs from Aries. And it will explain why Aries is like that. And actually, even without knowing anything about the person, but if you know their sun in Aries, they're born in April, for example, their moon is in Aries, or their ascendant is in Aries, you can use this meta zodiac and you can see repeating patterns in the lives of those people. Because what is the meta zodiac? It's basically the 12 signs following after Aries. It's Aries, it's the Aries will be the first house, Taurus will be the second house, Gemini will be the third house, the fourth will be Cancer from Aries. And all those houses will describe certain areas of a person's life. Who is an Aries? You have to be an Aries for this to work for you. Not if you have Venus in Aries, but if you have Sun, Moon, or Ascendant in Aries. Especially the Ascendant is most important because the Ascendant rules the physical body. And the point of incarnation of the soul into the physical body. The Ascendant is the sign that rises on the eastern horizon the moment we're born. So it's defined by the time of your birth. But also the Sun and the Moon. If you have Aries, Sun or Moon, this will matter for you as well. And you'll see repeating patterns. And you'll see why Aries is Aries, because it's defined by the other 11 signs. And starting from Aries ascendant, say if Aries is in the first house, we'll speak about Moon in Aries, Sun in Aries, and Ascendant in Aries separately, but the first house is the physical body. And if you have the Sun, Moon also in Aries, your physical body will also be defined by Aries in some way. And it will give you some Aries appearance. So if you have Ascendant in Aries, Sun or Moon in Aries, your physical body might be very much Aries-like. And not always, but it's, there will be some patterns there. And Aries can be, I even have videos on that, but as I said, the forehead, you can notice that it's higher or bigger somehow. You can notice that they have a slimmer body, or that they make muscles easier than others. And they're not like the bulky muscles like, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. They'll be tight, muscular, like, Jackie Chan, for example. And Aries will have the ability to, to create muscles easier, and they'll often be more sporty, they'll be excitable, all those things that we talked about. If Aries is in the first house, you'll have them. They'll be, new beginnings, they'll start things fast, they'll have courage to start things, new ventures of any sort, but we'll speak separately about Sun in Aries and Moon in Aries in the next part of the video. They'll be impulsive, they'll be more ambitious than others. But let's look at the other signs that define Aries. That is very interesting. And we're going to start with, I have my notes here, with the second house. The second house for Aries falls in the sign of Taurus. Where are my notes? Here it is, sorry. Yes. So for Aries, whether it's your ascendant, Sun, or Moon, or generally the sign Aries is defined, the second house rules how we conserve, our attitude towards money, our values. What do we value as human beings? And also our attitude towards money and how we attract money. And with Taurus there, and also what we eat, the food is the second house, what we put in our body, And when Taurus is there, Taurus is a sign that likes a good food. So many Aries, Sun, Moon, or Ascendant would really love to eat for pleasure. That's something you'll see with many Aries. They have a good appetite, like a good soldier. And it's good. They usually have a good digestion. Most Aries, there are always exceptions. Depends very much on the personal horoscope, but they'll have like a good appetite for food and for good pleasures in life. They enjoy Aries. They would enjoy the good things in life, the good food, the good wines, the good money. They value money because Taurus rules money. Second house is money. Aries is the only sign of all the signs where the houses correspond with the signs, the same energy. So it's like magnified. That's why everything in Aries life is like double whammy. They do everything grand and they do everything kind of more intensely than others. This passion that there is there. And the second house, and they usually, because Taurus rules the second house, they would usually make money easier than others because Taurus is ruled by Venus. It's in the second house. Venus means something that's easier. And often you'd see that Aries can make more. And of course, there are exceptions. If you have in the second house, say you have Aries ascendant, but you have Saturn there, well, Saturn creates difficulties. But it's more than an exception rather than, rather than the rule. And with Taurus in the second house for Aries, they would have somehow, as we said, they'll value nice things. They'll have expensive tastes because Taurus is expensive. Taurus is good quality. So Aries, you'd often see in them that they can, they can be very intense and excitable, but they would also put a lot of joy in the pleasures of life, in what they eat, they'll surround themselves with nice things as well, because second house is what we have around us, what we the possessions that we have, and they like nice expensive things and good quality things. They would also it can be easy to make money, and they can make money because the second house shows how you can make money as well. And through Taurus activities, you can make money. You can make money if you have Aries through food, through drink, through art, through music. Taurus rules all those things in the second house. Through massages, or Taurus rules finances as well. So they can make money through some financial sector as well. Of course, a specific horoscope, you might have something in the second house, say like Uranus, so it will show you Uranus rules the social media. It will show you can make money through social media as well. But if you have, if you are Aries sun or ascendant or moon, often Aries can make money from those Taurus things that we're talking about. And not only that, but if you look, the second house is ruled by Taurus, and Venus rules Taurus. The planet Venus rules Taurus, but Venus also rules Libra. And for Aries, Libra is the seventh house of relationships. So the theme of those two houses, the second house of money and the seventh house of partnerships, business or personal, you'd often notice in the life of Aries that these two topics are connected because they're ruled by the same planet. So these two topics, partnerships and money, will be connected. And me, like an Aries, for example, Aries, Taurus, Venus rules both my second house and my seventh house from the sun in Aries. So for me, money comes through a lot of partnerships with other astrologers, with working with other people as well. So there is a connection there, or through business partnerships as well, that it can come through trading in some way, because seventh house rules trading, exchanging goods with another, exchanging something with another. So the themes of those two for Aries of money and resources and partnerships are very connected in some way. You'd often notice that in the life of people with strong Aries in their horoscope. Someone says, so with no planets in the second house, can one take the generalities of Taurus in second house? Yes. You can take the generality. If there are no planets there, then just look at the sign. If there are no planets in the second house and you are Aries, so you have nothing in Taurus, no Venus, no Mercury, whatever, you just take the qualities of the sign there and they show you how to approach money. And they can make money, Definitely Aries is someone who can make money, because Taurus rules money and the second house rules money. So it comes, that's why many Aries as well can have startups, and because Aries rules new beginnings anyway, they can have startups and they can make very good money out of it. Okay, so then we go to the third house. The third house for Aries, sun, moon, or ascendant people is ruled by Gemini. Third house rules the mind and communications, and Gemini is a very fast sign. So just knowing the qualities of Gemini, you can deduct how Aries naturally thinks, unless, of course, you have Saturn there to slow things down, or another planet to, say, Neptune in Gemini to make your thinking more woozy. But they'll be very clear thinkers and very clear communicators, because Gemini naturally rules the third house and naturally is connected to communications. So they'll be quick-minded. And, you can see an Aries child at school that it learns faster usually, unless there is something in the third house to make this different, because Gemini rules the third house and Gemini picks up information like crazy, and they can be restless even at school, because Gemini is a restless sign, and the third house is how you approach learning and studying, and they can be like, they hear the information, they understand it quickly, they get bored, they get restless at school, and their mind is very busy. How do you think? And Aries is, you know, first of all, Aries rules the head, but because the third house of Aries is Gemini, Gemini is thoughts, thinking all the time, you know. So Aries might have such hard time falling asleep, you know, such hard time because their mind is constantly working, because Gemini rules their third house. And they love to pick up lots of different information from everywhere, you know, and they can multitask. Aries is one of the signs that can, you know, because Gemini rules their third house. And Gemini is also, third house is how you communicate. They'll communicate in a Geminian way, in an entertaining way, in a simple way. Gemini gives simple answers to complex questions. That's why maybe I can teach you well, guys, because you see, Aries, as an Aries, Gemini rules my third house, and third house is also teaching, practical, explaining things in a simple way, making them more simple. And for most Aries, they can do that. Unless, of course, there is some planet in this Gemini in the third house from the sun, moon, or ascendant, which can change that. But we'll go that into later courses to explain how this can change when we're looking at, you know, when we take more advanced classes. But you'll notice generally Aries people, they have a fast thinking, fast communication, quick mind as well, great for fast-paced information exchange environments, like commerce, for example. Many Aries will be great at commerce, at sales, because third house rules commercial activities, rules sales of any sorts, multimedia. And Gemini ruling the third house for Aries, Aries can be great in multimedia, where there's fast messaging, where there's changing quickly of information, delivering fast-paced, you know, information, and all environments that there is a fast-paced exchange of information are great for Aries. They learn fast, they talk fast as well often, they can communicate. And when they're nervous, they can often, you know, use their hands a lot, because Gemini rules the hands. And when they, you know, they're excited about some topic, third house is thinking, communicating, they can be often using their hands, you know. Maybe that's why you see me using my hands a lot. And they can be, third house is your social house, how you communicate to others. And they can be kind of social butterflies as Aries, you know. They can just have, it's good for continuous social engagements with others, which is what Gemini rules and the third house rules. And also, though, their thinking can sometimes be superficial, unless there is some planet there that deepens it, like I have Saturn aspect to the third house or whatever, you know. But for most Aries, the thinking can be more superficial, staying on the surface, because Gemini rules it. And they're skillful talkers, because Gemini rules skills, third house is communication, so they'll be good at communications and talkers. There are always exceptions, I repeat. If there is some blocking planet or some planet that makes the thinking, you know, the communications different. But, you know, that's the third house. And they'll have a lot of, you know, they'll have continuous social engagements as well, talk with different people, which is Gemini in the third house. Then the fourth house for Aries falls in Cancer. And you'll see one interesting quality. Cancer is a very maternal sign, very affectionate, emotional sign. So Aries are very emotionally close, or very emotionally affected by their family, because the fourth house rules the family, specific area of life, and Cancer describes how they approach it. So they'll be very emotionally feeling emotional, close connection, or very strongly emotionally affected by family, by things that happen in their family. If they're negative things, it will again affect them emotionally very strongly. So even though they're this independent sign that goes and does its own thing, Aries are very connected close to home, and often they keep close connection with mother, with family, and they're very patriotic towards their nation, because the fourth house shows the place that you come from, your roots, your ancestry, the country that you come from. And even though I'm living in a foreign country, I'm very proud of my country, you know, of where I'm born in as an Aries, because I have this emotional connection, Cancer, to where I come from, the fourth house of family, of roots. And they often can even go in careers that are to protect the homeland. That's why Aries is very strong in military, in people that go into the army, or people that are just patriotic. It doesn't mean all Aries will be in the army, or that, you know, I'm just showing you where the qualities come from. And it often comes why Aries can feel strong, can to protect the country, because Cancer, the sign of emotional attachment, is in the fourth house of country, roots, family, to protect the homeland as well. And often the fourth house also can describe where you buy properties or where you end up living, place of living. Fourth house is property. And Cancer rules water. So they will feel happiest and best close to water, close to, or close to home sometimes. Because Cancer rules home, where you come from, but close to the ocean or to seas or something like that is a home that has, it's in such Cancer environments, for example. And for some, it can even indicate that, countries ruled by Cancer, like USA, can be good place for Aries. And especially since the USA is the country where, you can be an entrepreneur. Many Aries can be pulled towards living in a country like Cancer root country, like, which is, because Cancer is the fourth house of where you live, and they can unfold the entrepreneurial skills there. Also, matters of property and home, ownership of property, home, and land are not very fixed for Aries, because Cancer is a cardinal sign, another cardinal sign. And not only that, there are changes. So Aries tend to have changes more often with home than general. Again, we're talking generally. So if you see someone is an Aries, you can immediately think, okay, Cancer rules their fourth house. It's cardinal sign. They often will have more changes in their home, but also Cancer is ruled by the moon. And the moon rules the tides and ebbs and flows. So their family life, their personal life, and anything connected to property or place of living will have its ups and downs, just like the moon is changing its face all the time, and it has ebbs and flows. Who come to parenting, they can have ebbs and flows when it comes to parenting. But when it comes to how you are as a parent, which is also the fourth house, they're actually very parental, very emotionally connected. And fourth house rules anyone who, rules people that deal with small children, newborns and children, toddlers and things like that, because it's a mothering, Cancer is a mothering sign. And Aries can often be quite good with newborns and toddlers and babies like that, because they have this very nurturing side to them. So you see, there is another face of Aries. As we said, these are the 12 faces of Aries, that when you hear someone is an Aries, they're not going to be, when it comes to parenting, when it comes to home and family, these will be caring, nurturing people. Unless the moon that rules the fourth house is very afflicted, or unless there is Saturn there in the fourth house to block it, or some other disruptive planet. And usually, if there are no disruptive planets in the fourth house, they would come from a family where the mother was quite maternal, mumsy, taking care of them. Maybe a stay-at-home mom as well. Maybe she was someone who was in more traditional role. And unless, of course, if the moon is in a bad situation, if it's with bad planets, or if there is a difficult, no planets are bad, but difficult, they would have had difficult experiences at home and as children. And they might have stresses in their family life, but they still will be very emotionally influenced and very emotionally connected to their family and to their home. Even if it's in a negative way, they would have such a strong reaction to that. And security, fourth house shows us how we get security. So for Aries people, Aries strong people, security comes from ownership of buildings, from ownership of homes, of land, of vehicles, because Cancer rules all those things, and it's in the fourth house, because what gives you security? Ownership of buildings gives you security, but there might be ebbs and flows, because Cancer is not a fully stable sign. It's there are ebbs and flows there. And as I said, there is deep emotional dedication to family, to parents, and especially they become very protective of their parents, the fourth house, when they become older, so they can or weaker, because Cancer is a nurturing sign and protective sign. So when they see their family members becoming weaker and older, they can become extremely kind of natural caretakers to their parents. They can, especially nurse, they can become like a nurse, and especially when to young babies, so to vulnerable members of their family, young babies, or their old parents, they'll have this as an Aries, will have this protective and nurturing qualities towards family. So they're not only rough, you see Aries has this very soft, nurturing, family-oriented side. And they also are natural caretakers. As I said, they're very good with small children, which is because Cancer is so strong in their fourth house of caring and nurturing. Cancer reinforces it. And it shows what the mother is usually the fourth house. So one of the parents was nurturing, traditional, stay-at-home caretaker, or might have been like a nurse or caretaker or a teacher to little children. And this fourth house also shows the career of the spouse. And why is that? The spouse is the seventh house, your partner. And the 10th house from the 10th house shows career. And the 10th house from the 7th house, when you count houses, comes up to the 4th house. So from the 4th house, you can see not only your family and roots and your relationships to property, but you can see often the career of your partner. And if there are no planets there, often the partner can have a career that is somehow connected to sea, to water, to lands, to property, which is Cancer. Cancer describes it like owning property, lands. For example, my partner is, comes from a background of fisherman, and his family owns property. So he is me as an Aries. So the career of my partner is described, and not always again, but there is often, if you see no planets in the 4th house of Aries, you can have a pretty safe bet that a life partner can have a career in something Cancerian somehow, or they might be a partner who is stay-at-home parent, who takes care of the family, for example, or lands, property, seas, water, something to do with all those things. Okay, so this is the 4th house of Aries. Then 5th house will give us another dimension of Aries. 5th house, what does it rule? It rules children. And you'd often see that the children of Aries will have Leo qualities. Sometimes they can literally be Leos. One of the children can be a Leo, or not necessarily a Leo, but it can have qualities like Leo there. What does it mean? So the children can be like very self-expressionate. They can be very lively. They can be very like the qualities of Leo, basically entertaining. They can often have, especially the firstborn of an Aries ascendant person, to a lesser degree Aries sun or moon can have, not necessarily be Leo, not at all, but have those qualities like a shine, like a entertaining, center stage, light in the life of the Aries person. And Aries, again, another indication that Aries really love children, because 5th house rules children, and Leo, the sign of love, is there. So they really have, and they can be very entertaining with children. They can be like playful, and they can become like a child themselves when they're with children. That's why children love Aries people, Aries strong people. Often they're attracted to that, energy there. And 5th house rules the self-expression. How do you self-express yourself? Well, like a Leo, that's why Aries can be very dramatic and very entertaining. If you know someone with strong Aries, you know that they can be like center stage. They're not afraid to be center stage. They're not afraid to climb on the table and dance, because Leo is very much in the center stage, very much in the eye of others. It's very confident. So often most Aries don't have problems with confidence, especially Aries after the age of 30, because the solar, if you're Aries sun, after the age of 30, the sun qualities start showing much more. But they often would have quite healthy ego. Where is the healthy ego of Aries coming? Because Leo rules the 5th house of self-expression, and Leo is a confident sign. And they can be quite dramatic in their self-expression. You can see me, and that's very Leo. They can be shiny in the spotlight, expressive like Leos. And the 5th house also shows your lovers or relationships before, how you approach dating, how you approach love, how you approach your lovers. Often Aries can have lovers with Leo in their horoscope, say Leo moon, Leo sun, Leo ascendant. They can attract often for lovers and for dating people, or they can just find very attractive to fall in love with people with strong Leo, or people that are themselves like that, dramatic, excitable, very romantic, making romantic gestures, grand romantic gestures. And Aries themselves will make what romantic gestures do you do is shown from the 5th house. With Leo there, you do dramatic, you can be very generous to when you're in love, and when they're in love, they can show, very, Leo is a very dramatic, very generous sign, So Aries can do that, go above and beyond when they're in love, and can be very creative when they're in love, very thinking all the time of creatively to romantically to express their feelings. So very romantic, Aries is a romantic sign, not romantic in a sense like Pisces, like, oh, they want, to write notes, to write poetry for you. No, more in a excitable way. They'll take you dancing, which is Leo. They'll take you on holidays. They'll take you, they'll splurge on you. They will be generous. They'll make such kind of excitable, fiery, romantic gestures like Leo. They'll want to impress you. Leo wants to impress there, So when they approach love, when you know that Aries is in love, they would want to impress you, to show off like a Leo, because Leo is in their 5th house of how they express love. They can be childlike and fun when they're in love. They can become a bit silly and childlike, and also they are very much in touch with the inner child Aries, unless there is, say, Saturn in their 5th house in Leo, which can block it, but when they expressing themselves, the inner child, they're in touch with the inner child, because Leo rules children, 5th house rules children, so the inner child shines, so they can be silly, bit crazy. And 5th house shows how do you entertain yourself, and they love to party. Aries is one of the signs that loves to party. How do you entertain yourself? And they love the good food. Remember Taurus in the 2nd house, but they love to party, to be center stage in parties as well. They love to have fun, and they'll do it in a dramatic, big way, like a Leo. And where you can find good dates, you have to, when Aries wants to find good dates, they have to go to Leo places, because 5th house is where you can find dates, how you can go date. So go out to clubs, to parties, to holidays. Leo rules holidays, to sun vacations. For example, me as an Aries, I met my husband during a sun vacation in Hawaii. So holidays are ruled by Leo, sun, places of sun. If you're single and you want to date and have a better dating experience and fall in love, places like that can really get Aries going, and can really, this when you can meet someone. And so how you have fun, they're entertainers, they're loud as well, they enjoy partying, dancing, all those kind of stuff. And also 5th house rules children and students, because students can become like a child. And for Aries, again, they can be good teachers because they have heart connection. Leo is also heart connection to their students. They can be entertaining to students. So, often I've seen Aries be very good at being in having students of any sort, and they form warm emotional connections as well, and affectionate connections. How do they express love again? Affectionately, like Leo. Grand, like Leo. Larger than life, like Leo. Romantic, grand gestures, like Leo. Where do they meet loves? Some places, fun places, partying, entertaining, okay. Affectionate and love expression, romantic. Wants love to be like in the movies. Yeah. And because they love children, 5th house is children, but with Leo, how they approach children is, Leo is a very signs that can see the best in everyone, and they can encourage. Leo is a very encouraging sign, so that's why they're good with children and with students, because they can really encourage students and children to be their best and to shine, because where the sun is, where Leo is, this is where you're shining. So they can encourage children and others. That's why Aries is such an enthusiastic sign as well. Generally speaking, it gets this 5th house Leo to help others see their self dignity, to help others discover their where they can shine, to discover their their strength as well. So they're very encouraging for that as Aries. You'll notice that probably when you're feeling down, often with the Leo of fifth house, they can lift up your spirits, because fifth house is the house of having fun, you know. And Leo also shows where we what we love a lot. And fifth house, of course, is your children, your lovers. They'll be very passionate through that with lovers. That's why they're also passionate lovers, as Aries, they're known because of this Leo in the fifth house, and passionate with their children. And in parenting, they're like Cancer, so they can be very protective as well, but very nurturing. Remember when we spoke about that? Okay, then we go to the sixth house of Aries. Well, Virgo is there. So sixth house is how do you approach work? And it's interesting here, but there will be focus on details at work. And because Virgo is very detailed, sixth house is how we approach work. And they can be quite critical towards themselves. That's one interesting thing you don't probably know, and you don't probably see about Aries, but they do have it, because when it comes to their work, they're very critical towards their work and towards the work of others. They can, you know, they can there, because it comes from Virgo, the sign of perfection, being in the sixth house. And they prefer work which is practical and which uses the mind, because Virgo rules it's very mental sign. It's ruled by Gemini. It's intelligent sign, and they also they need to, when they're doing some work, for it to have practical stuff. And that's why, for example, my technique of astrology, because sixth house shows the techniques, how you work, is I don't like psychological astrology. You know, I don't like just talking about feelings. I like practical astrology, which gives you practical answers, which gives you specific answers, which is Virgo, you know, which is rather than no nonsense stuff, that it has practical answer, that it has practical applicable solution in your life, which is what Virgo is all about. So your how you approach work, how you approach duties and responsibilities in the sixth house and tasks of any sort, your Aries would approach it with these Virgo qualities. Sixth house is also the house of health, so they can worry about their health. Aries, you know, they can be like very much into nutrition, and that's why they can be often into exercise, because sixth house rules the routines that you keep in order to keep your body healthy. So they can be doing exercise and routines to keep their health, because Virgo is very much into those things, you know. But sixth house also shows where you can have problems health-wise as well. So for Aries, another area of problems can come through Virgo, which is Virgo rules the intestines. So it's one thing for them to be careful about is what Virgo rules. The intestine areas is another area of Aries to be careful about. And but there is something interesting. The sixth house for Aries is ruled by Mercury, because Mercury rules Virgo, and so is the third house of Aries ruled by Mercury. So we can combine those two. They're combined by the same Lord, by the same ruler, Mercury. So the meaning of the third house and the meaning of the sixth house are often connected in the life of an Aries person. And what does it mean? Sixth house is work, employment. Third house is media, communications, information. So many areas you can find them in careers that are in working, that is connected to media, to communication, to information, to working in small group environments, third house, to commercial activities as well. Third house rules commercial activities, to marketing, advertising, managing of some sort. So Aries work can often be third house work, writing, speaking, communicating, marketing, management, and all those things that the third house activities, because you see the two houses are connected. So remember that. It's an interesting point to remember. But sixth house has another quality, and it's one of the malefic houses. And I want to speak a little bit about that. House of arguments and our enemies as well. I know it's very random that sixth house will rule work, and it will rule your routines, and it will rule your enemies and your health, but it's energetically somehow. But sixth house is the house of arguments and enmities, because the sixth house is the 12th from the 7th. The 7th house is understanding and having balance in relationships. The 12th house from any house is losing the qualities of that 7th house. So the 6th house is the 12th house from the 7th, which means dissolution of agreement. And sixth house, that's why rules in astrology, arguments, even court cases, often fights, enemies, competition. And for Aries, the third house and the sixth house are connected through their Lord. So often Aries can be very argumentative. Why? Because third house is communication, how you speak to others, your relationships with siblings, with neighbors, with teammates, with co-workers, your relationships, your everyday relationships is the third house, communication. And the same planet also rules the house of arguments for Aries, the house of enmities. So often Aries can either argue more. This is where the argumentativeness of Aries comes from, this connection of the sixth and the third house through the same planet, Mercury, that rules them. And hopefully you can follow me. And that's why Aries often also have a lifetime of repeating patterns when it comes to problems and arguments with siblings, with teammates, with subordinates. Sixth house rules also subordinates, with cousins, with employees, because the two houses are connected. And often they'll, first of all, try to create, because third house is socializing, sixth house is your subordinates, people that work for you, and they'll try to create social connections with such people. But then they become too familiar, and that can create a lot of complications for Aries later on, becoming too familiar with their employees or with their, people that they find at the sixth house. And because of that, a lot of arguments happen. Just remember something like that about, workplace conflict is often much more often for Aries than for other signs. Okay. So that's one thing. They have to be careful about that. They have to be careful about socializing too much with people that say work for them, that they're employees and stuff, because it can create arguments, as we said, and can create arguments with those third house people generally. Of course, it can be changed if there is a good planet there. Not all Aries will be fighting with their siblings. I never fought with my siblings or whatever, but okay. Rather, which system of houses you're using? Whole sign house system. This is one sign equals one house. One sign equals one house. And we're looking here from Aries. If Aries is the first house, say if you have Sun or Moon in Aries, you would always have Virgo in the sixth house. Yeah, in the sixth sign from Aries is Virgo, Okay, then we go to the, and as I said again, sixth house is work, third house is writing, speaking, teaching. Again, that's why Aries can be found in careers of writing, speaking, teaching, and media and stuff like that as well, because the third and the sixth house are connected through the same Lord for people with strong Aries, where it's usually the strongest is ascendant, Sun, and Moon after that. Okay, then we go to the seventh house. Seventh house for Aries always falls in Libra. And it means what kind of partners we attract, business partners, marriage partners. And sometimes literally they can marry someone who has Libra ascendant, like I'm married to someone with Libra ascendant or Libra sun or moon, or form business partnerships with people that have Libra in their horoscope. But usually it will just describe this Libra, the general qualities of the partner in their life. So it will be someone who is more sophisticated than them, because Aries is this raw, primitive energy. Everyone who has Aries can be a little bit like a diamond in the rough. They're a bit primitive. I'm not saying stupid, not at all. I'm saying primitive, like their manners might be a bit rough, because Aries should not be bothered with manners and stuff like that. Aries is there to start new things, to initiate, to fight a battle, to win, to be number one, and you can't be, worried with manners when this is your mission in life, to be number one. When it's your ascendant, Sun, or Moon, this is the mission, to start new things, to be number one, to initiate stuff, and to be courageous. But for their partners will often be described strongly by Libra qualities. They don't have to be Libras, again, I repeat, but they can be more sophisticated. They can even literally be someone that works with law, with, Libra rules, lawyers, for example. Libra rules designers, artists, as well, architects and stuff like that. Diplomats, people that negotiators of some sort as well. Libra rules all those things. Or they often, the seventh house also describes how Aries will, what kind of partner, sorry, and often the partner should be someone who follows Aries, because Aries is the leader, and their partner should be the ones making the compromises, because Libra is the sign that makes compromises. And if Aries has to make the compromises in the relationship, I don't know how long that relationship will last for. Sooner or later, it can, you know, if Aries, if the partner of Aries decides where they're gonna live, say they says, okay, you leave your job because I have to move to this town, and then you have to do this and this because it will have to accommodate me. Aries sooner or later will feel like no, you know, because Libra, the partner, is the one that has to make the compromises, and to usually Aries have a partner who would follow them, and you know, and Aries will often help their partners a lot with making decisions and starting things themselves, but usually the Aries is the person who is the center stage one. Okay, then we move to the 8th house. And 8th house for Aries is Scorpio. And 8th house rules big transformations and crises and changes in life, because Aries is the house of getting pregnant, of deaths, of births, of divorces, of all those big things that shake your world, that create a big crisis in your life. That and crisis is not necessarily bad, because conception is also the 8th house, getting pregnant is the 8th house, but something that shakes your world, you know, something that is kind of totally transform your life and the direction in life. That's why we're calling the big crisis situation. Someone dies, there is an emergency, there is a birth happening, there is a some disaster happening. This is the 8th house. There is a big turnaround, upheaval. And the 8th house for Aries is ruled by the same planet that Aries is ruled. Scorpio is ruled by Mars, and Aries is ruled by Mars as well. So immediately the 8th house is connected to the destiny, the first house of Aries. And you notice in the life of Aries, there is often, if your Aries ascendant in particular, the strongest, less so, but still matters for Aries, Sun or Moon, is that they would have such 8th house activities happen to them a lot, like big upheavals, sudden changes in the direction of their life, sudden big dramatic, you know, sudden new reversals in life, because 8th house and first house are combined together. But this is what makes Aries be able to have a lot of new beginnings in life as well. First of all, Aries is new beginnings, but the 8th house, which has Scorpio there, and Scorpio is the sign best geared to deal with big transformations and with big upheavals in life, because Scorpio is about emotional strength. Scorpio is the sign of emotional strength. And they have it exactly in the 8th house where emotional strength matters the most. When deaths, with big dramas that happen, with big reversals, you know, with big upheavals, divorces and stuff like that, Aries knows how to be emotionally strong because of the Scorpio in the 8th house. And they have a fair share of those changes. And because they have a fair share of new beginnings in their life, they know how to cope with them. This helps them initiate new things, because they have strength in the face of those, you know, cataclysmic or reversal events. They develop emotional strength there. And that helps them have a lot of new beginnings. But also that's why Aries can be often found in emergency response careers. 8th house is emergency response, whether crisis management, whether firefighter, whether military, because this is emergency, military, firefighters, you know, ambulance people, emergency people of some sort, because the Aries is ruled by Mars, and Mars rules the 8th house of all those emergency situations. And the first house is you, what you naturally, you know, when the first house and the 8th house combine, it means that part of your destiny in life, which is the first house, part of who you are, is to naturally deal with emergency situations so well, and so so with such power and emotional strength. So that's why you see them, emergency response, crisis situations, grateful crisis situations, life and death. They can be also psychologists. When the first lord and the eighth house, they can be kind of fast psychologists somehow, because eighth house rules that. But there is another thing. Eighth house rules the money of the partner, or the mutual resources of the partnership, sorry. Because the seventh house is the marriage, and the eighth house is the second from the seventh. So the money, because second house always rules money, from the seventh is the money of the partnership. And you'll notice that often Aries strong people are the ones that contribute more to the marriage finances. Of course, in certain circumstances in life, this can be different, but overall, you'll notice that. Because the first house, me, is connected to the money of our marriage, of any partnership, any business or personal contractual partnership. So the money of the marriage is the eighth house. So you will notice that may contribute to the financial situation in relationships, maybe the main earner, because of the connection of the first and the eighth house. And I explain what the first means and the eighth. So hopefully this makes it's logical for you. And eighth house is all those powerful transformations in life that Aries goes through a lot. And they go through a lot of powerful transformations of the personality. The first house is the personality, so Aries can go through big transformations many times in life, powerful transformations of the personality, and they're crisis prone. And eighth house rules accidents, crisis situations. Why is Aries accident prone? Well, first of all, they're impulsive, we know that, but because the eighth house and the first house are connected with the planet that rules them, is the same planet. So part of the path and destiny of an Aries person, the first house, is to have accidents as well. It doesn't mean if you're Aries, you maybe small accident, cut yourself, bump yourself, whatever, but they have a higher susceptibility to accidents and to powerful transformations in their life that changes everything around in their life. And periodic upheavals happen for Aries because of the connection of the first and eighth house. And also it brings natural interest to the occult. I bet it's one thing you didn't know about Aries, because eighth house rules the occult, the hidden, the mystery, the secret. So the personality of Aries is naturally drawn and naturally connected, or the path of life of Aries is often naturally connected to exploring the unknown. They might be detective, investigators of some sort as well, or digging for secrets of some sort, or exploring the occult, exploring psychology, trying to understand, and they try to understand themselves. The first house is themselves. And if they go into psychology, astrology, the occult, they'll go because they want to understand about themselves, because the first house, the lord of the first house, is the same as the eighth house. So how do you understand yourself, the first house? By going into the occult, into tarot, into astrology, So I'm not surprised we have so many people who are Aries who are learning astrology, Okay. Sex is the eighth house as well. And what is Aries known as? As highly sexual sign. And self-identity, first house, they can self-identify with sex very strongly. Eighth house, sex, the merging of two into one. This is the sex. And they can be grateful, and that's why one of the reasons Aries are highly, first of all, Mars and primitive, raw energy, but at the same time, Aries is the sign that is connected, the first house, the personality, to the eighth house of sexual connection. And for them, relationships need to be sexual. It's important for Aries. If they're only in a platonic relationship, they're kind of going against their nature. They have to dig deep and explore those deep, excitable, sexual, passionate relationships, basically. And eighth house also rules the assets of others, generally, not only of the marriage, but say the eighth house rules the talents and assets of others. And Aries, the self, is connected to the 8th house through Mars, because it's the same planet. So they can easily identify or discover the assets of others. What does it mean? They can discover the assets and the talents of others. So they can, their personality, they can go, like I have a few great examples of Aries ascendant people who make money by, and who are successful in life by recognizing the skill of others. And they can make money by investing in, in the talents of others in some way. And they can be, Aries can be great 8th houses investment in other people's money, in other people's projects, in other people's whatever assets. And Aries can be strongly identified, can have success by investing themselves in other people's money or projects or investments of some sort. Okay, moving on, the 9th house. Okay, 9th house is ruled by Sagittarius. 9th house is the house of belief, of faith, of having belief in life and belief in the universe. And we have Sagittarius there, the sign that naturally rules belief in faith and in life, the most optimistic sign. So that's why Aries themselves are quite optimistic as people. You'll notice that, of course, there are periods when they can have a Saturn transit and they can be, for a few years, or Pluto transit or something, that they can be negative. Of course, this can be changed by, say, Mercury conjunct Saturn in their horoscope to make them more negative. But overall, most Aries, you'd see they're very optimistic. Their belief system is quite, Jupiterian, which is quite open-minded. And they can often, the 9th house, rules foreign countries. And Jupiter, Sagittarius, rules luck. So they can be lucky abroad. So one thing you'll notice about Aries, even though they love their home, they're patriotic, they often can be successful in foreign countries, because wherever Sagittarius is, this is where we have luck. This is where we have some good karma from past lifetimes. And in the 9th house is in foreign places. So they can be lucky abroad and in foreign places. They can be, 9th house is also the house of teaching, philosophy, explaining the bigger picture, helping others find meaning in life. So Aries can help others naturally find meaning in life, can be natural teachers, gurus as well, because Sagittarius is expansive, and the 9th house is being a teacher, mentor. They can have foreign teachers and mentors. Sagittarius is foreigners. 9th house is mentors and teachers as well. Some of my best mentors and teachers and figures that I look up to is the 9th house of foreigners, which is Sagittarius, open-minded culturally. There are exceptions, of course. Maybe that was Aries and he was a bigot or a racist. There are exceptions. Maybe he had in his 9th house Pluto, or some more bigoted planet or more extreme black and white planet. But generally, the energy of people with strong Aries will be more open-minded culturally, because Sagittarius is open-minded. How you approach foreign cultures is the 9th house. So Sagittarius open-mindedly, non-judgmentally, permissively, optimistic outlook and belief system as well. And another interesting thing is that the 9th house is ruled by Jupiter, and so is the 12th house ruled by Jupiter. And the 12th house is spirituality. The 9th house is belief system, but religious belief system, doctrine. While the 12th house is intuitively feeling the universe, intuitively natural psychic skills, spirituality. So when they have the same Lord, Jupiter, and Jupiter rules both Pisces and Sagittarius. So for Aries, this can indicate their belief system can be quite permissive, quite open-minded, can be quite spiritual belief systems rather than dogmatic belief system. So basically, that's another thing you'll notice about Aries. And idealistic. The 9th house is ideals. Jupiter expands those ideals. Sagittarius expands them. They have idealistic, international ideals. That's why Aries is a very idealistic sign, because Sagittarius, the other idealistic sign, rules their 9th house of belief system. And they don't like the sordidness, the smallness of humans. And they don't, it's just not, you know, you can appeal to their humanitarian, Sagittarian open-mindedness, basically someone who has a strong Aries. Okay, now the 10th house. The 10th house for Aries is ruled by Saturn, Capricorn. So if you have Sun, Moon, or Ascendant in Aries, Capricorn will rule your 10th house. The 10th house is success in the world, through career, through worldly actions. And Capricorn is the hardest working sign of all. So often Aries will be, that's why Aries can have such success, because they're willing to put the hard work. They're not afraid of hard work to achieve the social status of the 10th house. How do they achieve it in Capricorn way? They're patient. They would, you know, they say Aries is not patient. Well, one area in their life they can be patient, and that's where Capricorn is. And one area they're patient is in achieving worldly success. So they can start from the bottom of the ladder, because Capricorn rules a mountain, you know, slowly climbing up like a goat, the ladder, the hierarchical ladder. So Aries can, you know, start from, they're not afraid to start from the bottom. And often they'll start from the bottom and work their way, and they might have to work harder and longer than others, because wherever Capricorn is, this is where things are a bit delayed in life, where you have to put a lot more effort than others, where you have to overcome a lot more obstacles. And that's why Aries can be so successful. As I said, the biggest number of entrepreneurs can be Aries, you know, can have strong Aries in their horoscope, like starters of businesses and things like that, because they need to have the perseverance, which is Capricorn, to carry through, to go the long way, to achieve in the world, to succeed in the world, the 10th house. And often Aries can respect authority, believe it or not, you know, because Capricorn is there. They can look up to people that have made it to the ladder there and respect the rules and authority of that, and work long time for success. Usually after 30, the success can come for Aries, because Capricorn rules the house of success and achievement in the world and social recognition, and Capricorn takes longer to climb there, but it gives the perseverance. So Aries, that's why Aries can have so much, you know, you're blessed to have Aries in your horoscope, whether it's Sun, Moon, or Ascendant, guys, because that, you know, when it comes to achieving worldly success, unless there's some, everyone has a specific horoscope, but just knowing that you're Aries gives you a higher chance than others to achieve this worldly success, you know, and has to work harder. But once they achieve the success, they keep it. They keep their position, because Capricorn is the sign of longevity. It takes longer to get there, but once you get, you grab onto that position and you achieve it. That's why very often Aries can be in position of leadership, because Capricorn rules the 10th house of working hard, getting there, and achieving position of leadership. So often you'd see Aries in leadership positions. And that comes, first of all, from the, you know, the self-starting energy of Aries, the self-motivating starting energy of Aries, but mostly because Capricorn rules the 10th house of career and achievement, and they're willing to work hard for it, you know, and to persevere and not give up. Capricorn does not give up, you know, because Aries usually gives up easy, because it's this initial spurt of energy, this fire, but it does not give up when it comes to worldly success. Okay, then the 11th house for Aries is in Aquarius. By the way, Saturn rules also the 11th house of Aries. So how does worldly success come? It can come by the 11th house rules benefactors. So Aries can be helpful their worldly success, which is the 10th house, through benefactors, the 11th house, because Saturn rules traditionally both those houses for Aries. So someone can really take a like to them and take them under their wing and help them as well to make it, and through beneficial networking. So the social status and career of Aries can be really helped by networking somehow, can be really helped by connecting with others over the internet or big groups of like-minded people. And look at me as an Aries, we're a big network of people. This is helping my career and worldly success by working with people, big, large groups of people, the 11th house. And also careers that are connected to 11th house matters, which are careers which are more scientific, or which are more for the humanity, for bringing knowledge. Aquarius in the 11th house is knowledge that can help humanity on a larger scale, you know, humanitarian of some sort. This can be, the Aries' careers can be connected to that. And I forgot to mention that the 10th house also shows our attitude towards authority figures, especially the 10th house in ancient astrology rules the father or the parent who was the more authoritative one, the parent that went out into the world and you know, achieved and succeeded, and the parent could put the rules in the family, the stricter parent. And for Aries, usually there is one parent that was quite strict and one quite maternal. The 4th house is, and the 4th and the 10th house are the parents. So one was Cancerian, maternal, protective, you know, nurturing. The other one was 10th house, very strict, maybe tough on the child, telling them what to do, like Capricorn, you know, more judgmental in some sort, you know. And Aries later on in life are tough on themselves when it comes to worldly achievements as well. Okay, then we have Aries in the 11th house. Sorry, 11th house for Aries is Aquarius, and 11th house rules networks of people, as we said, and our social circle and friends. So they can have a very kind of extremely diverse background. They can connect to people and have friends from very extreme diverse background, because Aquarius is the sign which rules quirkiness, exoticness, somehow eccentricness, universal, you know. So they would open and embrace different people from different backgrounds. You'd often notice that with Aries. They can have a friend that is a popper, and a friend that is a you know, celebrity, and a friend like very, very diverse. This is because of the Aquariusness, eccentricity, the Aquariusness, universality. Aquarius is very universal sign, so you know, they accept from different backgrounds. And often there might not be much consistency, because Aries, Aquarius, you know, there is a bit sudden changes that happen with Aquarius. You know, Aquarius is a sign that creates sudden changes. You know, it's even, its sign is like the electric current, you know, up and down, the electricity. So everywhere where Aquarius is, sudden changes can happen. So it can happen with their social network, sudden changes, that they suddenly just quit their social network or network of friends suddenly and start with a new group of friends. You know, there might be big ups and downs that happen suddenly, whatever Aquarius is. And as well, the 11th house is one's goals. So goals can include for Aries Aquarian goals in life, which is community building, visionary communal lifestyle, because Aquarius has this vision of humanity helping each other as a big network. Everyone is as important as the others, and Aries can have those goals in life to achieve that. And that's one of my dreams, by the way, to live in a communal place, to go in a community where you know, people are connected by like-minded interests rather than by necessity, so to speak. And they can be also sudden changes of Aries as goals. That's also Aquarius in the 11th house of our goals helps Aries make changes in life, because it rules our goals, and Aquarius is a sign that can change quickly, suddenly, and totally leave one goal and start a new one. And objectives, the goals and objectives is the 11th house, and dreams of someone with Aquarius there, they can be quite humanitarian, they can be quite for the goodness of the world, quite progressive goals as well. That's why Aries have a lot of very progressive goals, you know, because Aquarius rules their goals, and they can suddenly change them. And they can seek the company and friendship of more eccentric people, as Aries, more of scientists as well, Aquarius rules scientists, more intellectual people, philosophers, socially influential people with very different backgrounds. Usually will be a bunch of friends. And 11th house is in Vedic astrology. It's important for me to mention it, because Western astrology does not mention this often. For Western astrology, money is only the 2nd house, but actually the 11th house also rules streams of income. And Why is that? Because our career is the 10th house, and the second from the 10th is the 11th. Remember, the second is connected to money and the value you get out of something. And the 10th house is your worldly duties and responsibilities, or your career. So the second from the 10th, which is the 11th, will indicate that money can come to Aries through Aquarian sources. And because Aquarius is a sign that is, you know, connected to progressive ideas, to humanitarian work, it's connected to internet. Aries can have sources of income that come through networks and such Aquarian things, interconnected networks, technology, social media of some sort, again, we see here, and can have several streams of income and gains from networks as well. This is something typical for Aries because of the 11th house ruled by Aquarius. Okay, now let's go to the 12th house, and then we'll take a short break. The 12th house for Aries is Pisces. Well, 12th house is the house that connects us with the invisible world. 12th house is the house basically of the 99% of the invisible world, and the material world is 1% only, but the 12th house is the gate to that invisible world, is the most psychic house, and is the house of the inner life, of one's imagination, is the house of one's inner world. And when Pisces is there, Aries is extremely intuitive and extremely imaginative. And you would say, wow, I never heard that of Aries. But if you look around, you guys, if you know people that are strong in Aries, you'll notice that they really have strong imagination. This comes from the 12th house Pisces, because Pisces is naturally the sign that connects to the visionary, to the images from the subconscious, from the and Aries can tap into that energy. They're intuitive. You know, Aries people are known to be highly intuitive. Like the pops in their head and they don't know where it even came, because Pisces is also a sign you don't know where things come from, and the 12th house is the invisible world. So their intuition is very strong, but they're not clear about it, where it's coming from, but it's coming from them, and they just know things, you know. They don't have to logically get to it. Sometimes they just things pop in their heads, and that's why Aries is so fast to sometimes notice the truth of something, because of this 12th house in Pisces, which makes them highly intuitive, and it gives them vivid imagination, expansive inner life, with sound, with color, almost their imagination and their dreams. The 12th house is where we sleep. When we sleep, what we dream. Aries can have very vivid, because Pisces is very colorful sign, is full of images and sounds and colors, and they can have even spiritual dreams. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I would have answers in my dream. Being strong Aries, this Pisces makes us very intuitive and very connected to the invisible world, the 12th house, and I can get answers even for horoscopes that I'm doing, that I've been thinking the whole day for a person. I can't find logically looking at their horoscope an answer sometimes, you know, it happens. So I go to sleep and I wake up and the answer is there through a dream, you know. And another thing is that the 12th house is the boundary between the visible and invisible world, and Pisces is a sign without boundaries. So Aries is one of the signs that can more easily traverse those boundaries between visible and invisible worlds, basically coming out of their bodies and coming back in. You know, I'm not saying all of you will be astral projecting, but if you have especially strong Aries ascendant, for example, that can be a strong manifestation for you. And that's where the high intuition comes. The 12th house is the sleep house, the house of relaxation, the house of meditation. So how can Aries, and we know Aries, as Aries, we have hard time relaxing. You know, what can help you relax more? Piscean environments. Pisces rules still water. Pisces rules places of water. So going to an island, you can relax better there. If you need to relax, put some sound of water, or if you need, or go by a lake. Pisces rules lakes and such kind of water. So best, what has calming effect on your mind and on the body, what has calming effect and meditative effect, water of some sort, you know. And yeah, and also Pisces rules alcohol. That's one of the reasons. And 12th house, the house of escapism. How do we escape? Some Aries might be very much drawn to the fast acting effect of alcohol because it dissolves the boundaries very fast. But one thing with Aries to be careful about, because Pisces rules the 12th house, which is coming in and out of the body, and the barriers are very thin there because of Pisces influence. They can, if they drink too much, they can have entities that come inside them, and they can get possessed more easily somehow because of this 12th house. They can, because their soul comes out of the body faster than others, because of this boundary there, as I said, this dissolved boundary of Pisces. So if they're using any substances, the soul leaving the body, and not fully but partially, and others can come in, so they have to be careful as well. Anyway, and the 12th house, as I said, is foreign places, just like the 9th house. And because the 9th house is connected with the 12th house, there is a strong influence that many Aries can spend extended periods abroad. Extended periods abroad. Okay, so we went through the houses, guys, of Aries, and what gives those qualities of Aries. So as you found out, we see Aries actually can be very nurturing because Cancer is in their 4th house, and nurturing parents. They can be very, when it comes to career, they can be very persevering because Capricorn is in their 10th house. When it comes to friends, they can have a wide selection of diverse friends because Aquarius, the open-minded sign is there. When it comes, they're highly intuitive. Why is Aries so highly intuitive? Because Pisces rules their 12th house. Why is Aries good at making money? Because Taurus rules their 10th house. And you see such things. Or why is Aries more prone to accidents? The 1st house and the 8th house are connected with the Lord. Why is Aries prone to big upheavals and more cataclysmic events happening, or transformations in their life? And what helps them have new beginnings is the Lord of the 1st and the 8th connected. Why does Aries have more arguments in life and more fights? Because the house of fighting, the 6th house, is connected to the 3rd house of communication, and social connections with others. So that's why there is more fighting sometimes, often in Aries life. Why is Aries often the one that is more connected to the one who can bring the money at home more often in a marriage? Because they're strongly invested in the partners. The 1st and the 8th house are connected, and also the 2nd and the 7th house are connected. The 2nd house is Aries, is money. 7th house is the partner. So the partner is somehow, the marriage partner is somehow connected to the Aries money, and an interesting thing I wanted to say, I've read this from Barbara Pijam, I've seen it just twice happening to Aries ascendant, is that they can remarry twice the same person, because the 7th Lord relationships and the 2nd Lord to the same planet, and the 2nd Lord is the 8th from the 7th, which rules divorce from 1st partner, but then it's the same planet. So so it means that the 2nd partner can again be the 1st partner. That's something that you can, if you have more than enough clients with Aries ascendant, I've noticed that it happens. Something that I read, and I saw that it's in a few cases it has happened. Anyway, let's take 5 minutes break, and we'll be back to talk about Aries through the houses. And after that, we talk the planets through Aries. So hope you're enjoying this so far. It's turning out to be a long webinar, but we're giving a lot of information, very different information. Okay.
No.
Hello, I'm back again. Okay, now we're gonna go through Aries through the houses. Here are my notes. And basically, even if you have nothing in Aries, you will have a house in Aries. A house cusp, if you use house cusp, let me show you how you can do that. For example, just looking from the ascendant, you know, because the houses are seen from the ascendant. If you don't know how to do that, let me show you. Here it is. You can go to Astrolabe. I can show you how to see the house cusps. Go to the birth chart and transit. Click on it and say I'll put my data here. April 14th, 1981. To scroll a lot to reach it now. At 3:20 in Bulgaria. Then you do this for your own chart. In Yambo. Okay, so you do it for your chart, for the chart you want to look at. And you go, scroll down and go to the house cusp details. It's here, it's misspelled in my, do you see this square? It's a bit misspelled. It says Hughes cusp details, but it's house cusp details. And this is using Campanus house system, but you might use Placidus, you know, depends what you use. And you'll see somewhere you'll find Aries. And you see, for me, it says number 2. So my second house cusp falls in Aries. And you see, you can also see it here, second Aries. So we're going to go through what it means to have first or second or third or fourth or fifth house in Aries. And usually, for most people, if you have one ascendant like Aquarius, the third house would usually be Aries. But for me, here is the second house cusp. But you have to look at both, you know, you have to look at the whole sign house system and the unequal house system. So the whole house system is when one sign equals one house. So for me, being Aquarius ascendant, the third sign from Aquarius will be Aries. So I will have third house influence Aries, but also the second house cusp is there. So I will have also a second house Aries influence. So I know it's a bit complicated, but I wanted to check both. And for most people, it will be the same. Say, for most people, it will be the number 3 here. So the third sign from ascendant will be Aries, if you're Aquarius ascendant, and the third house cusp. But for some born in more northern areas, the houses might be, the house cusp might not fall exactly in the same signs from ascendant, but I wanted to check the whole sign house system plus the house cusp. Both will be valid. Okay, back, cancel. All right. Let me see your comments here. What if there is no number in Aries? Kate is asking me. Kate, then look, what is your ascendant sign? Tell me your ascendant sign. The ascendant sign is always the sign, you know, the sign where the number 1 is. So whatever the ascendant sign is, you count from there till you get to where Aries is. So if you write to me what your ascendant sign is, Kate, I will let you know where Aries will be for you. So you just need to know your ascendant sign, and this, you know, this can be maybe it's with a delay. Can we see your screen? I shared it, but maybe I see the thing with delay there. I don't know if you can hear me. Kate Leonard, if you write to me, there is no number in so if your ascendant is Aries, your first house falls in Aries. Your ascendant is Aries. Everything that we talked about, Marilyn, in the previous, part, it's all about you, And Brandy, if your ascendant is in Leo, then Aries will fall in your, if Aries is, it will fall, if your ascendant is Leo, Aries will fall in your 9th house. Basically, you count it, Kate, for you, Taurus is the ascendant sign. Aries will fall in your 12th sign from Taurus. So you have to listen to Aries in 12th house. So let's start with that. Let's start if you happen to have Taurus ascendant. Or if you are Taurus sun or moon, to a lesser degree, Aries will be in your 12th house. Or if you happen to have the 12th house cusp in Aries, usually it means that you have Taurus ascendant. In some rare cases, you might have a different ascendant and you have a house cusp there in Aries. But I showed you how to see the house cusps in particular. But for Tauruses, Aries will be in their 12th house. So we'll start with the houses the opposite, from the 12th, and we'll come back to the 1st. So what means to have Aries on the 12th house? Well, whatever Aries is will be highly energized there. And will be highly, restless, which is Aries. And 12th house is for 12th house rules the ability to meditate, to rest. So sometimes for Taurus strong people, it might be hard, or who has Aries in the 12th house cusp, might be hard to relax and to rest. Remember, because 12th house is resting, is relaxing, and Aries is an energetic sign. And often also, because whatever Aries is, this is where the most of your energy comes from. And in the 12th house, Taurus might find it a bit hard to find their energy reserves. Why is that? Because 12th house is an invisible house, is a house of where the energy is dispersed, is connected to the invisible world, So their energy might be, which is Aries there, might be a little bit harder to tap into their energy, into their motivation, because it's invisible there. But they can have vigorous spiritual practices, for example. Someone who has Aries on the 11th, on the 12th house, like Kriya Yoga. If they want to have some spiritual practice, which is the 12th house, have a more vigorous spiritual practice, which is like Kriya Yoga, the fast yoga, for example. Or 12th house rules faraway places, remote places, foreign countries. So Taurus can often find a lot that they get more energized when they go to faraway places. So for people who have Aries in the 12th house, even if they're not Taurus ascendant, they can find themselves that they become more energized if they go to faraway country or something like that, or to faraway, some remote place, for example, some secluded area. And they might even have passion, because Aries rules passion, to traveling to faraway places. Or they might be energized to work in ashrams, in hospitals, in prisons, secluded places, And if they don't have energy, how do you access your energy when Aries is in the 12th house? Through prayer. It can happen through vigorous spiritual exercises of some sort, like Kriya Yoga, as I said, or some kind of yoga you can access. Through sleep. Sleep can give you motivation. That's funny enough, but that's, even though Aries is whatever we're most active for, when it's in the 12th house, it can be very active in the imaginative sphere or in the world of the sleep, And you can have like action dreams all the time if Aries is on the 11th house. You're being chased, you're running, you're doing something, And as well, the 12th house rules hidden enemies. So Aries-like people might be your hidden enemies. So say you have Taurus ascendant or Taurus sun or moon to a smaller degree, Aries can be someone that is doing something behind your back. you know, because 12th house is what we can't see, it's behind us, is this invisible house. So they can be, you can have like hidden enemies that are very much like Aries. I don't say that they'll necessarily be Aries, but they'll be people that are youthful, young in some sort, sporty. They might be doing something behind your back there to be aware of, that you have to be, that you are not aware of, basically. Sorry. Okay, so then we go to what happens if you have Aries in the 11th house, on the 11th house cusp. If you see the number 11 and it says Aries, and often this will be Gemini. If you have Gemini ascendant, Aries will be in your 11th house. So for Gemini or people with Aries on the 11th house cusp, this will describe their friends, their social circle, what they're like. So you can have Aries friends, for example, or you can have friends that are more youthful, vigorous, competitive, sporty, that are Aries-like, which is like starting new things, that are winners. Gemini would often go, because Aries rules the 11th house in most cases, will often go for friends that are winners, you know, like Aries, that are, and by the way, remember how restless Aries is? Whatever Aries is, you need to do a lot of new things. Well, why do Geminis have a lot of friends? Why do Geminis such social butterflies? Because the house of socializing, the 11th house of your social environment, is ruled by Aries. New. They want new friends. They want new interesting people. So they'll be like moving. If you see a Gemini in a party, Gemini ascendant person, Gemini moon or sun, you'd see, in most cases, of course, there are always exceptions, because Aries falls in the 11th house of socializing, they'll be moving a lot from one person to another, chatting with this person a bit, chatting with that person a bit, or going and meeting new people, you know. They can have competitive friends, but Aries is also where we can have fights. So they can have fights with friends, you know. If you have Aries on the 11th house, they will, okay, you have energized, more competitive friends maybe that are, you know, winners and stuff, more masculine, sporty friends, you know, but at the same time, you might have more arguments with your friends than normal, because Aries is a fight, you know, we know that. And they can be also youthful, excitable, physical friends. And 11th house is how you pursue your goals. So people with Aries in the 11th house, they will pursue actively their goals. How do you make friends if you're also the 11th house? If you want to make friends, you have to go and seek them out. You have to actively get involved, go on the internet, join groups and stuff like that, rather than waiting for those friends to come to you. And if you notice, many Geminis who have Aries in the 11th house will be actively pursuing new friends and new connections with others and activities in groups and things like that. And that's why Gemini is such a social butterfly. Okay, and they would, for Gemini, when they have goals, they have to go and pursue those goals. You know, for some people, if it's the 11th house is Pisces, for example, or something more receptive, those goals can come to you, like the goals can find them, you know. But for Gemini, or for people that have Aries in the 11th house, they go and pursue it. Or if you're lacking energy and you want to generate more energy in your life, and you have Aries in the 11th house, what do? Well, you go and start socializing. You go and join like-minded groups. You go and speak to your friends. You go and connect to like-minded people, and this will motivate you. This can find the new energy for you, a new exciting idea of some sort. So if you happen to have Aries there, this is how you motivate yourself. What happens if you have Aries in the 10th house? And the 10th house, because often that will be Cancers. Many Cancer ascendant people will have Aries in their 10th house. And generally, Cancer sun or moon, to a lesser degree, the sun or moon in Cancer, will have Aries in the 10th house. But, you know, if you happen to have Aries on the 10th house cusp, what happens is how you pursue career. That's why they can be natural leaders, because Aries is a leadership sign, a winner in their career. So these people, whenever I see Aries on the 10th house cusp, I say that you can be a leader. Even if there are some difficult planets there, like Saturn, and there is more resistance and making it hard, or, you know, sooner or later, those people will be at top front positions, because Aries cannot be at the back. Aries has to be at the front, on top. Sorry. And that's why you see many Cancer people are very vigorous in business or in career pursuing that. And you wonder, why are Cancers like that? Cancer is supposed to be maternal or whatever, Cancer ascendant people, but because many of them have Aries on the 10th house, because they have these reserves of energy to put in pursuing career and worldly status and achievements. And if you want to change your career, you have to personally go and pursue it. You have to, rather than rely on they will promote me on their own. No, you have to go and state your statement. You want a promotion, go and say it. Go and fight for it. This is Aries. You want a new career, go and initiate, start putting your CVs. This is Aries, initiating. They'll prefer careers in more independent areas of life, and to be more independent in their careers, because Aries is self-starting and independent. So if you have Aries on the 10th house, because the best careers for you is where you don't have directly a boss over you. Otherwise, your bosses will be very much like Aries. They'll be more argumentative, they'll be more pushy somehow. They can be very bullish sometimes, or they can be more arguments with authority figures. And remember that the 10th house cusp always shows one of the parental figures. So maybe one of the parental figures was quite dominating, like Aries was quite me first, somehow maybe successful in business, winner somehow, but also might have been a fighter, a firefighter, military, a businessman of some sort, competing with others. And this later on is imprinted into the person who has Aries 10th house, and they themselves become like that in pursuing worldly success and in achieving career success. Okay, let's see. Aries like careers as well. If you have Aries on the 10th house cusp, you can have careers with Aries, like engineering. Aries rules engineering, you know, metals, sharp things. You know, Aries is a very logical sign. Sports, something to do with metals, with fire. I've seen, that's why I've seen many people who have Cancer ascendant can be great cooks, because their career is Aries, which works with fire, cooking, you know. And of course, Cancer is domestic sign, and often Cancers, you know, Cancer ascendant people have Aries on the 10th house cusp, but they will be, they'll be, you know, working something with fire, something with competition, something with business as well, where there's competition. For example, my dad was Cancer ascendant, and his 10th house cusp fell in Aries. He was a football coach. Then his next job was an engineer, again an Aries job. And then, so sports, engineering, Aries job. And then he became a political leader. Again, leadership of some sort. He was organizing strikes. You know, the strikes, what is it? When you go and protest and you say, I want higher salary, whatever. He was in the person who organized people to do those strikes, basically, to go on a strike. So that's very Aries, military, again, in a sense. Okay, but it's not necessary. There can be another planet that changes the career there, but you can see a fair share of people with Aries in the 10th house cusp that are involved with something, goal-getting careers, careers that are about competition and fight of some sort, you know, which is all Aries energy. Okay, what happens if you have Aries on the 9th house cusp? That would be usually Leos, Leo sun, Leo moon, Leo ascendant people that have Aries on the 9th house. Well, whatever Aries is, this is where you're very passionate. And you'll be very passionate about your belief systems. And you might be very fighting even in regards to what you believe in. And you can inspire others, and almost like a leadership skill with your belief system, with your visions as well. And they might fight for their beliefs as well. They can fight with but on the negative side, they can fight with their teachers, mentors, father figures, because the 9th house rules all of those things. They can have a very fiery mentor or teacher figure or guru figure as well. Very vigorous personality, Aries like mentor, father figure, guru figure. And they can be competitive, winners, energized as inspirational figures. You know, people with Mars in the ninth house cusp might be inspired by such figures. Sports figures might be their inspiration, for example. And they're quite idealistic in their beliefs. We said Aries is quite idealistic. It will fight for the weaker. It will want to protect the weaker. And that's why Leo, which for Leo, Aries is the ninth house, can often have this very paternal, protective, fighting for the weaker, trying to help the weaker as well. And if you have Aries on the ninth house cusp and you can't find motivation in your life, what do? Go in a foreign country, travel a little bit. You can find your motivation there. You can find your mojo there. You can find your drive there. Or go and study something higher. You can find your excitability can country if you study some higher doctrine, which is nine house rules, belief systems, higher doctrines. They can be very driven for higher education, to achieve some higher education as well. And they can have even leadership positions in regards to teaching and universities and places of higher knowledge as well. Okay, what happens if you have Aries in the eighth house cusp, on the eighth house cusp? For often that will be for Virgo ascendant people, so lesser degree sun and moon, or if you happen to have eighth house cusp in Aries. Well, eighth house is joint resources, mutual finances, so they can be highly energized to pursue mutual resources, you know, to pursue such things, but they can also have fights with their partner about joint resources, with a personal business partner. So Aries in the eighth house can create fights over money, joint resources as well, you know, joint assets as well. And spouse, because the eighth house rules the spouse's money, the spouse might keep their money more independently. I can give you an example. My ex-husband had Virgo ascendant, and Aries was in eighth house, was in Aries. And I was keeping my money separately because Aries is independent, but eighth house about joint resources, but I was keeping them separately. We never really merged our money. Thankfully, we didn't fight about money after that, but but during the marriage, we would fight a lot about money. Not that we didn't have, but yeah, that was his Aries energies was in the eighth house, so he'll get stroppy and angry and dominating when it comes to joint resources. Okay, so a person is strongly energized to pursue such as well. I'm not saying it's a gold digging position. I wouldn't say that, but you'd be more willing to go and procure resources through others, because this is where your driving engine is, Aries, to procure resources through other people's talents, for example, as well, or through other people's assets, and to get such, you know. And this is also sex, how you pursue sex, the eighth house. With Aries there, you can pursue sex more vigorously, and you can be fast in sex. Whatever Aries is what you can be fast at, you know. And they can be, you know, more forceful when it comes to that, when Aries is on the eighth house. Because of course there might be some aspects there that make you gentle, and of course, you know, some planet there in the eighth house can change everything as well, because the planet is stronger than the sign. But we're speaking generally if there's no planets there. And it can be also very driven, where Aries is where you're driven. When Aries is in the eighth house, you can be very driven to help others develop their resources. So you can be, say, a great talent scout, like pushes others and sees their strengths and pushes them to develop their strengths and to develop their resources, if you have Aries on the eighth house cusp. And to fix problems when it comes to other people's resources, because Aries is a problem-solving sign, you know, because it's ruled by Mars. Mars is the problem solver. Also, the eighth house can indicate the type of death you can have. I don't know whether I should mention that, but when you have Aries on the eighth house cusp, it can happen through some kind of, you know, bloody illnesses, through some fevers, through some through fights of some sort, through yeah, anyway, but I don't want to talk about those things. Anyway, don't start looking at your eighth house and figuring out how you're gonna die. It's I don't think this topic has been researched enough. And also 8th house is inheritances. So people with Aries in the 8th house cusp can vigorously pursue inheritances, but they can also be more, there might be more fights over legacies, inheritances of any sorts, you know. And the 8th house also shows how you make a big transformation in change. If you want to, how do you want to regenerate yourself? 8th house is the house of death and rebirth. How do you regenerate yourself? How do you make a total transformation in your life? Through physical exercise. Aries rules physical exercise. So for people that have Virgo ascendant or Virgo sun or moon, it's very important to have physical exercise because this is when they regenerate a lot. 8th house is regeneration, rebirth. This can help them. Or if you have Aries on the 8th house cusp, this is what helps you. Okay. So that can, we said, seeking new sexual experiences, courage in the face of death. Oh, that's another thing, you know. When Mars, when Aries is on the 8th house cusp, you're courageous, and 8th house is the house of death and big transformations, death and rebirth. So they can be very good and fearless in the face of death, and that's why many nurses, doctors, people in the medical field have Virgo ascendants, because Aries falls in the 8th house. So they're fearless in the face of death or traumas or such, you know, more traumatic things, which is what the 8th house rules. Okay. And what if the last degree of Aries and the larger part of the house is in Taurus? What then? Well, you still look at Aries, whatever the house cusp is, look at that as well. And also you can incorporate some of the meaning of Taurus when we speak about Taurus on that house cusp as well. Okay. Then we have the 7th house. 7th house in Aries means you have ascendant in Libra, or it means your sun is in Libra, or your moon is in Libra, but we're looking at house cusps here. So Libra, what if you have to be Libra ascendant, you know? Well, then your partners will be Aries-like. They might be more youthful. They might be more argumentative. You might fight more with your partner. They might be, for Libra ascendant people, finding a partner is very important that the partner is sexually active. The sex for Libra is very important. If you're Libra, you'd want partners that, because Aries rules physicality, sexuality, you know, the physical side of things. And they will be, you know, they would need partners, and their partners will often be like that. And would like hot alpha females or males. If you have Aries on the 7th house cusp, you know, it's alpha males, alpha females. My partner is Libra ascendant, and I have lots of Aries, and I'm a bit of an alpha female. I am not saying I'm the boss, but yeah. And often their partners will be Aries. They don't have to be Aries necessarily, but they'll be less compromising, and they'll be usually the one leading the rules there, you know, setting the direction of the relationship. And will be vigorous. They might be more sporty, their partners, strong, sporting, competitive, muscular partners, more primitive as well. And Libra, you as the Libra, if you're Libra ascendant, sun or moon to a lesser degree, will be the one who have to make the compromises, because it's your first house, that's Libra. Your 7th house is your partners. Your partners don't make the compromises. They're Aries. They're more selfish. They're more independent, and they don't have independent partners, or partners who are self-starters, who have self-starting businesses, or who are in the military, who are in the firefighting industries, or who are in the working with metal or engineer or something of those, or winner of some sort, or cutthroat business person, something which is Aries, or innovator of some sort, because Aries are innovators, you know. So this is what your partners will be, and will pursue sex vigorously. But this is also for Libras. Libras will pursue sex vigorously, because will pursue sexual partners, because Aries is like, they want the partners to be sexual, basically. And can be very driven. Oh, but it can indicate fights in marriage. For example, my partner being a Libra, his Aries in the 7th house, his previous partner, they fought a lot. And now me as a second partner for him, I act out more the entrepreneurial side of Aries in the 7th house for him. but in the previous marriage there was a lot of fights, going on. And that can increase the passion in relationships, though, definitely. And Libras, when they don't have stimulus, when they don't have motivation, what do you have to do? Go to Aries. Find a partner who does that for you. Go and talk with an Aries. Go and talk with someone enthusiastic, someone excitable. If you go talk with a counselor who would excite you. Seventh house is relationships with others. So if you're a Libra and you can't find your motivation and drive an engine, your motivation and drive an engine comes from others, from relationships with others, from, say, your partner can push you to do something, or a counselor or an advisor of some sort. It can create this driving engine to pursue things, to do things more, to start new beginnings in your life. For Libra, it's easier to start new beginnings if they pair up with another person rather than trying it alone, or if another person starts it and Libra sees them and they'll go and join them to start those new things and to get into action. If Libra wants to exercise, Mars, Aries, go find a partner, seventh house. Find a partner to exercise, play tennis with someone or something like that in a pair. Okay, let's see, someone who stimulates them into action. If you have Aries in the seventh house, they would have impulsive partners, and they would be ambitious in partnerships. But Libra, interestingly, will have a competitive approach to partnerships, because the seventh house shows not only your partners, it shows how you approach relationships, how you approach partnerships, business or personal. So Libras will approach them in a competitive way, Libra ascendant people, and to a proactive way in matters of partnership. That's why Libras seek out relationships so much, because Aries is on their seventh house. What do you go after? What do you go hunt after? What do you proactively pursue? Libra proactively pursues relationships, basically. And proactively pursue negotiations, contracts, agreements, legal discussions. That's why Libra is such a sign known as, doing discussions. And by the way, when they're with, when they can proactively and vigorously pursue, that's why Libras can be great, in negotiations, because they'll be more aggressive when it comes to that. They'll be more driven when it comes to that. Okay, marriage relationships are physical. Okay. And needs to feel a quick win in intimate relationships. When it comes to relationships, partnership, Libra having Aries there, where Aries is impatient, Libras have to have quick wins in their relationships, otherwise they can lose interest. Okay. Spouse is active, embraces challenge. What happens if you have Aries on the sixth house? Thank you. Someone says thank you. Okay, Libra, Aries on the sixth house cusp. That would often be Scorpio people have Aries in the sixth house. Scorpio's ascendant, Scorpio sun, moon. Well, that's why Scorpios are so great at confrontation. Because sixth house, remember what it rules? It rules confrontation. It rules disagreements and such things, and your enemies. And that's why Scorpios are so strong in the face of enemies. And people that are adversarial, because Scorpio have Aries in the sixth house of enemies, so they take a direct approach to enemies, no nonsense approach. They would face the enemy. They're courageous there, and they can be, extremely, yeah, can have, but they also can have some serious enemies. People with Aries on the sixth house cusp, and especially Scorpio, Scorpio sun, moon, or ascendant Aries is in their sixth house. They have vigorous enemies themselves. They have strong enemies themselves as well. So they learn to become strong in the face of enemies. So often people with strong Scorpio, where Aries is in their sixth house, they would have serious enemies, quite angry enemies, so to speak. And might be an area, and Scorpio will approach those enemies in a ruthless way, in a competitive way, like an Aries will do, because they have Aries in the sixth house. So they can even be considered ruthless when it comes to dealing with people that are giving them trouble, problems of some sort. And that's very Scorpionic in nature, that They, you know, Scorpio is a feminine sign. Why is it like that? Well, Aries rules how they deal with enemies, with problems, with arguments. They deal in a no-nonsense, Aries fast approach. What can stimulate Scorpio into action, or someone with Mars in the 6th house cusp, Aries on the 6th house cusp, is an argument can stimulate them and motivate them. A problem that arises, 6th house is problems that arises, can put them into action. A fight, a battle can, you know, stimulate them of some sort. Something going broke or not working well, 6th house can stimulate them into action. Health problems can stimulate them into action, to put them to take action, you know, and change something and fix something. They're workplace warriors, but they would often will have fights in their workplace as well. People that have Aries in the 6th house. Fight with employees as well, because 6th house is the people that are below you on the hierarchical level, or your work environment. So it can be very dynamic, first of all, Aries. And they can be but there can be more fights there for people with Aries on the 6th house cusp. And another thing is that and they can have enemies amongst their co-workers, you know, that are kind of more aggressive. But at the same time, they can invest a lot of energy into their work like no one else. They can work like, you know, because Aries is where we put a lot of energy, where the driving engine is. So they can put a lot of work. They can even become a bit of workaholic, whoever has Aries in the 6th house. Yes, and often work and employment can be found in Aries areas. Through Aries. It can be competitive environment at their work environment because it's Aries, but it can also be a work environment that is with firefighters again, because 6th and 10th house both show career. You know, 10th house is vocation, worldly duties and responsibilities. 6th house is being employed for someone and your daily routines, which is again part of your work and career. So you have to look at both, but they're driven to work hard because it's Aries. They're motivated there. They're competitive at work. That can help them a lot with their work. If they need a new job, they have to go and find it on their own, you know, to make the first step, to initiate rather than wait for things to, you know, to be, if they want a promotion or if they want a new change in their work, they have to do it themselves because it's Aries, it's independent, and they possibly would prefer more independent work as well, rather than one when they're constricted. Otherwise, a lot of fights can happen, or work that is connected to Aries. We talked about that. Work connected to Aries can be with fire, with metal, with engineering, with in competitive environment, in very business competitive situations, you know, as well. Okay, and 6th house also rules health. So they can be Aries health problems for people that have Aries on the 6th house cusp. Inflammations, problems with the head again, the eyes, blood pressure, fevers, blood diseases, infections, shell shock, torn muscles, cuts and bruises. So if you have Aries on the 6th house, all those things ruled by Aries can be enemies of your body, basically, which just means some illness that can come to the body, or some cuts and bruises, you know, those things. Okay, Aries on the 5th house cusp. Usually that's Sagittarius, ascendant people, sun or moon. Well, how do you express yourself? How do they express themselves when they have Aries on the 5th house cusp? My best friends all are Sagittarius ascendants, and they all have Aries on the 5th house cusp. They all express themselves in very adolescent, youthful way, which is the energy of Aries, adolescent, youthful, you know. They're natural sport lovers, because 5th house is our hobbies and what we're passionate about. And what are we passionate about? Well, sports, movement, you know. That's why Sagittarius are known to love sports. Most Sagittarius, they love sports because the house of passion, the 5th house of what you love, is in Aries, sports, movement. They can be great coaches and teachers of sports as well. And the self-expression can come through sports as well. And how do you express yourself? With enthusiasm, Aries. When Aries is in your 5th house cusp, animatedly, enthusiastically, with vibrant enthusiasm, basically. And sometimes can be gamblers, because Aries is impulsive. 5th house is games of gambling. That's why Sagittarius are known as gamblers, because they're impulsive when it comes to games of of luck, which is ruled also by fifth house. And you know that Sagittarius, you'll notice that probably. And 3 of my best friends have Sagittarius ascendant, and they're impulsive gamblers, and they're quite successful at that as well. Anyway. And they also fifth house is your children, so it can describe, if you have Aries on the fifth house cusp, it can describe what your child will be like, your firstborn or your children generally. And they can be Aries themselves, the childhood, they can be quite vigorous, quite sporty, for example. They can be quite enthusiastic. They can be your children can work in some area career, for example, entrepreneurs starting their own business, self-starters, innovative, quite physically active, excitable, children, kind of a handful almost, but they can be feisty as well. They can fight more with their children as well. And the fifth house is lovers, remember, very passionate. They'll be drawn to youthful looking athletic lovers. Romantically, they'll be quite pursuing romantics very very passionately, pursuing it, because you probably heard that Sagittarius are not the most faithful sign. Well, it comes because they actively pursue romantic adventures. Aries is whatever you actively pursue something, and fifth house is expression of love, and if they don't feel love in their marriage, they'll go and actively pursue romantic and fun experiences outside. Sorry. And they have enthusiasm for hobbies, for entertainment, and okay, as I said, they might have very independent children. They might fight with their children. Okay. Lovers and children are Aries, like spontaneous, petulant, youthful in a way. And remember, if you've taken the webinar with Nicola, maybe many of you took it, how fifth house describes your boyfriend's girlfriend's house, seventh house will describe your marriage partner. So if you're dating someone that is, and you have Aries on the fifth house cusp, someone who is youthful, who is, younger than you, who is possibly, works in any areas like career that we spoke about, who has those qualities of Aries, but you have in your seventh house something else, this is not likely going to be your marriage partner, because it describes your love relationships. If you have Saturn in the seventh house, but Aries in the fifth house, well, you're going to marry for someone who is older than you, or someone who is Capricorn or more mature, but you might be dating before that more youthful people, because you have Aries on the fifth house cusp, more less mature, more impetuous, those Aries qualities, more sporty. But if Saturn is in the seventh house, you're going to marry someone who is Saturn-like. Okay. Then if you have Aries on the fourth house cusp, often that's for Capricorn ascendants, Capricorn sun or moon. But if you just happen to see Capricorn number 4, Aries number 4, that means you have Aries on the fourth house cusp, and it describes the home environment, your childhood environment, one of the parents. So one of the parents might have been very, especially the mom usually, but sometimes the roles are reversed, so it can be a father as well, that one of the parents was very Aries. There might have been fights at home happening a lot. There might have been very pushy parent, one of them. One of them might have been very active parent, or someone who is very actively pursuing something in regards to their career, actively pursuing something, so one of the parents is very Aries-like, and a powerful parent that it can later on translate into the family life of the person themselves, with Aries on the fourth house, which can mean that they can have more than a fair share of fights at their home with family, or they need a dynamic environment at their home. If Aries falls on your fourth house cusp, you might do repairs more often than others. Or if you have no energy, go spend time with your family. They will energize you. But you might be fighting more with your family. Or go do sports with your family. Or go and change furniture. If you don't feel motivated and you need this energy of Aries to get some energy, what do? Well, you move the furniture around your home. You do some DIY, independent work at home, And remember, Aries rules independence, doing something on your own, solve some problem in your family, and this will energize you. The family can be a big driving engine, or a mother, or one of the parental figures. Go and talk to them. They can motivate you or excite you, or you can fight with them, but often fight is something that motivates and spurs person into action. So there might have been very active environment in the childhood home, and the home later on of the person might be in a hot country areas. The property might be, they might have something with metal inside the property, or heat, like a fireplace in their property, and they would like having a fireplace in their property. Aries rules fire, or hot places, sunny places, and they can decorate their home often with black or red colors, somehow put some of those, which is the Aries energy. Competitive environment at home, often. Some of them are known to keep guns at home, firearms and instruments of fighting and knives and swords is Aries, and fourth house is home. So you can see, I've seen this for a couple of clients, Aries from the fourth house cusp, and one had a collection at home of swords, anyway. And for them, Aries rules new things. They're better off in houses that are new rather than old houses. When Aries is on your fourth house cusp, new property rather than old property. And they're ready to defend the home. They'll fight for their family. If they're challenged, just like Aries, they'll do that. Okay. Now we're going to Aries in the third house cusp. In the third house, often that's Aquarius. Like I have Aquarius ascendant, so Aries becomes the third sign from Aquarius. So Aries is there, so it will describe your siblings. Siblings, I can give you an example. Aries like siblings. I don't have Aries brothers or sisters, but both of my brothers were footballers. They love sport. One even did it professionally. The other one, still don't know because he's still at high school, but he is on the football team and he's the captain of the football team. Very sporty, physical. They might have fought more with their siblings. My brother used to beat me up, the older one, but we're great now. With age, the Aries life, you become more mature, but they might have fought more with siblings, with cousins, with relatives. They might be that. And the third house is also the house of how you talk, how you communicate. Well, how do you talk and communicate with Aries in the third house? Fast. You talk fast. Your mind is fast. You speak fast. You might say things that you later regret, and that's why Aquarians are known to say something and to blurt out things sometimes that can, that can shock people. Because Aries, they first talk, then they think. Aries rules the third house of communications. So they might say things, they can blurt out the truth to you, just like Aries is very direct. So Aquarius sun or ascendant or moon can come to you and say, oh, you don't look good in this dress or whatever. And because they say it as they see it, simple, straight Aries qualities, So their communications are like that. And they can make things, simplify things. Aries is a simple sign, and explain them as well. Can say sharp things as well if you have Aries on the third house cusp. But I have Venus there, so I don't say so many sharp things. I mean hurtful things. Thinks about, what do you think about? With Aquarius, with Aries on your third house, because they'll be thinking all the time about innovation, about new things. They'll have a lot of new ideas, and whether they make those new ideas come, whether they achieve those new ideas or no, it's up to the rest of the horoscope. But they can have one new idea after another. So that's why Aquarius people are innovative. Because Aquarius itself is not an innovative sign, it's ruled by Saturn. But Aquarius, and it's a fixed sign, but Aquarius third house, the house of thinking, is in Aries. That's why many Aquarians are innovative thinkers. They invent stuff because their mind thinks of new things. They invent those new things. They can be quite good with technology because Mars rules, Aries rules things that are connected to metal, remember Aries rules engineering as well. So as well, that one of the reasons they can be so good with new technology, because Aries rules new things. They can figure them out well. People that have Aries on the third house cusp, which is usually Aquarius. And they succeed in new ideas in business as well. They're thinking about third house is commercial activities. So they can have a lot of new ideas in business and a lot of new commercial activities that can come to them. Full of new ideas, new plans, fast in communication, a few new ideas in business, such as sales, marketing, project development, advertising. Million new ideas, but if one completes them, depends how strong the Mars in the horoscope is. When Aries in the third house, you can have a million ideas, but if your Mars is somewhere in the 12th house, or weak, or I don't know, or hurt by other planets, you might not be able to fulfill those ideas. But if Mars is strong, you will act on them. They have what kind of thinking you have with Aries on the third house? Positive but impulsive thinking, positive but impatient thinking as well. That's why Aquarius can often, you feel that they interrupt others, because they have Aries on the third house cusp, and they're very independent minded. That's where the independence of Aquarius come, because Aries rules their third house. How do you think independently? So they need this, they need to have their own opinions that are different than others, because Aries needs to be first, needs to be innovative, needs to be original. And that's why Aquarius can be very original with their thinking and their communication, because Aries rules their third house. And then lastly, Aries on the second house cusp. Well, that will be Pisces ascendants often, or like I have Aquarius ascendant, but the second house cusp is in Aries. So I have to look at that as well. You have to look at that. If the second house cusp is in Aries, or if you have Pisces, then if you have Pisces ascendant, then Aries will be your second sign from Pisces. So this matters for you as well. Well, they would value, what do you value? Well, they can value sports, they can value independence, they can value fast action. How do you approach money? Well, you can make money fast and you can spend money fast. That's why sometimes often Pisces can be impulsive spenders. For me, Aries is on the second house cusp as well. So I make money fast, I spend money fast. And they can be, what can motivate you into action? To create security, to create assets, to go and create money. If you have Aries on the second house cusp, your motivator, when you start not having any money, this is what will kick you in the butt to start to be driven, and the more money you make, the more motivated you would feel. So Aries on the second house cusp can make you very fight for money. Another thing, willing to fight, willing to put the extra mile and work extra hard in order to procure resources, and willing to driven to make money, makes money from various things, can make money from sports, from competitive, from competition, from competitive business of some sort, can make money from leading others, from using energy in some sort, from the military, from, all those various things that we mentioned, military and leadership of some sorts. Firefighters can make money from guns as well. And also second house is what collections, what you like to collect, what possessions you want to have, what you want to surround yourself with around you. So they can say, for example, collect sharp objects, they can collect knives, they can collect guns, they can collect metal objects of some sort. And if you don't have money, but you have Aries on the second house cusp, you have to take actions to make money. You have to rely on yourself, because remember, Aries is independent. They want to have the independent source of money, and they usually will have it, because whatever Aries is, this is what you usually get just by pursuing it, going after it like a hunter. And whatever Aries is, you usually get it, because it's a very proactive sign, So yeah, that's about it. If you have Aries on the first house cusp, the whole previous sector was for you. The whole, what we talked about, houses from Aries. So I'm not going to talk about it and how the first house shows appearance and everything. Okay, so now we're taking a break, and we're going to come in the last part and talk about planets through Aries. And, we went through the 12 houses from Aries. We went through Aries through the 12 houses. And we're going to go through the 7 planets in Aries. And that will be it. We'll have said everything about Aries. And you can keep coming back and listening to that. And, you can check whenever someone comes to you and says, I have no motivation, or I have no drive and no energy. How do I find my energy? How do I find my mojo? How do I find my competitive edge? You check where Aries is in their horoscope, or what planet is in Aries, and you tell them what we spoke about. Okay, so yeah, if Aries is on your 5th house, go on a date. You'll find your motivation. Or have children. The children will be your biggest motivation and stimulate you. Or Aries on the 6th house cusp. Well, you'll get into a fight with an enemy. Will motivate you. You'll get sick. This will motivate you. Go fix some problem at home. Go fix some problem. 6th house. This will motivate you. Anyway, I am back in a few minutes. Hi again. I'm back for the final stage of the webinar when we're gonna go uh, through the planets in Aries, and you can find out if you have any planet in Aries by going to the birth chart calculator. I'm sharing the screen, and here it is. And once you calculate everything, come here to the planetary detail table, planetary details, and just look at the planets. And you see I have this person, it's my horoscope, Sun in Aries, Mars in Aries, Mercury in Aries, Venus in Aries. So you listen to whatever planet you have in Aries. We're going to speak only till Saturn in Aries, because the others are generational. They will not give you specific details. They are not so, informative. But we're going to look up to Saturn if you have any of those planets in Aries, starting from the Sun till Saturn. Okay, so starting with the Sun. Sun in Aries. This is where the Sun is exalted. We call it because it's strongest. The Sun gets a lot of power in Aries, because this is, by the way, this is when the Sun's rays, the awakened life for the Northern Hemisphere, and I told you why the seasons are looked from the Northern Hemisphere at the beginning of the video. And when the Sun enters Aries, everything starts growing, everything gets a new spurt of life, new life, which is all about Aries, is all about new beginnings, new life. And people born with the Sun in Aries, they're always, born from the 20th of March till the 20th of April, approximately. The Sun is one's vitality. They can have strong vitality, and people come and they say, why, you just had a baby and you're working all the time? And because I have Sun in Aries, the Sun in Aries can make you very driven, very ambitious as well. And when you're Sun in Aries, you're not driven and ambitious, often it means that there is some big blockage to you. You're not in your element. If you don't have ambitions and big goals for yourself, which is the Sun rules goals as well for your life, and if you're not driven to achieve them, something is suppressing your Sun, or maybe you haven't come into the power of your Sun yet, because usually the Sun starts taking power after the 30th year of a person. After the 30th year, you become more and more like your Sun sign, because it takes, till around 30, after 30 onwards to grow into your Aryan qualities. And I never acted like an Aries before 30, Aries Sun, but after 30, having businesses, being active all the time, being, competitive in a sense with, Aries entrepreneur, starting new projects a lot. So Aries will have that, Aries Sun people will have that in abundance. And often they would have above average ability to succeed in life, because the Sun is exalted, and the Sun is where you shine, and are you able to shine. And the Sun in Aries, because they're so driven, and because they have this energy all the time, they do have that. And the Sun can indicate careers for a person. So they can be careers in physically active somehow, or careers that in competitive environment, or careers of innovation of some sort, or careers where they start businesses, when I see a Sun in Aries, I can tell to a person immediately, you'll be much better off working for yourself, being independent, because otherwise the Sun will indicate authority figures in your life, like bosses and stuff like that. So they can be very Aryan-like, those people, so they can be very pushy, they can be fights with them. So you're better off to be your own boss. Of course, for every person, it's a little bit different. But it's for Aries, they need this independence to be able to open up, to use their, the abundant energy to do things on their own without being told by another what to do. Otherwise, their bosses will be the one acting like telling them what to do all the time. And the Sun indicates also the vitality, and when it's in Aries, such people can have strong vitality, and that's why I'm here. The baby is in the other room, and I'm working, doing webinars. And often these people have a higher than average ability to overcome illness, and the Sun rules the immune system, by the way. and to recover from illness. And when you have sun in Aries, that happens faster. That happens, and when an illness comes to them, it can come suddenly. It can put them to bed, and it can, just suddenly go away, because it's fast acting illnesses that come, or inflammatory situations, inflammatory illnesses, or illnesses that are not like prolonged, and the immune system of sun in Aries people, because it's naturally strong, unless the sun, say, has a strong aspect from Saturn, might not be the case. But if you just have sun in Aries, often you'd have fast recovery, and you'll have lots of energy, but energy is in short spurts. You can carry on for, otherwise burnout happens, because remember, Aries doesn't have long reserves of energy. It has huge energy to put in one go, but not to go for it for a very long time. And after that, they can like crash down and burn. Like after this webinar, I'll need 3 or 4 days to recharge again, and then I can again go and do everything with vigor. And people with sun in Aries, they have this powerful vigor, in their life to do something, especially when it's new, exciting things. Wow, they'll do them with so much passion. The sun also can indicate the father figure, and many people with sun in Aries can have a strong father figure, someone who is in Aries careers. We mentioned earlier in the webinar what Aries careers are. Like my father, I'm Aries sun, but my father was a footballer, and then an engineer, and then he was organizing strikes and fights, and a political leader. So it's, that sun in Aries, the father figure. It doesn't always work like that, but it's a higher, definitely some strong paternal figure, some strong presence on, and there might be more fights with the father figure as well when the sun is in Aries, because the father can be quite dominating, just like Aries is. Okay, so that's about the sun in Aries. It's actually one of the best positions for the sun when it comes to expressing your individuality, when it comes to Aries sun people can be more than average successful in life. And even if you're like older, and they stay youthful till later in age, they keep their youthfulness, because remember, Aries is a very youthful sign, and Aries are active. Who is an Aries? Let me give you Hugh Hefner. Aries, he's like a youth in an old man's body, but he's still like very active. And I don't know, is he 90 now? Active till entrepreneur, starting new things all the time, innovating, creating something very original. People with Aries sun, they feel in their strong strength and in their element when they're creating new things, when they're creating innovations, when they're bringing new exciting things to the world. And if they're stuck in too much routine, their energy starts dwindling. This can create a lot of can make them feel unhappy, Okay, what happens if you have the moon in Aries? The moon would describe often the mother, or some important mother figure. It might be a grandmother if you were brought up by your grandmother. If you didn't have a mother, it will again be some maternal figure in your life. It might be even the father sometimes, because nowadays the roles can be reversed. But parents, usually the mother, can be very driven. There might be more fights with the mother, again, which is Aries, but she might be like, say, a woman in competitive business, woman in more masculine careers, or driven, a woman in her own business, for example. They can be a mom who is quite active, who is quite maybe does a lot of things with the kid, for example, can be physically active as well sometimes. But in the worst case scenario, creates more arguments overall in the family, and the moon rules the family atmosphere in one's life later on. So they need to have a dynamic family life, otherwise they get restless. So get active with their family, do renovations at home, fix things at home, move furniture around at home. I had a friend who had moon in Aries, and she say like every week she would move furniture around in her house and be super busy and active at home, because the moon is the home and the family. And this can often, indicate the same for people with moon in Aries. And also it can indicate what kind of home you can have. It can be, they can feel happier living in hot places, Aries places. They can feel happier living in places that are warmer. What else are Aries rules? Well, they might have something red around in the house, in their family environment, and properties that are in more drier places as well, that are in hotter places as well. They can be emotionally quite reactive, because remember how Aries, because the moon also shows who you become emotionally as well, who you are emotionally, because the mother's feelings is imprinted on the child, and they carry the nature of that forever emotionally after that. So such people can be emotionally very reactive. They can burst into fight more easily, and then after that they get angry easily, and they very easily they don't feel sad after that. They don't feel upset for long after that. They burst out, they say everything they have to say, emotionally reactive very quickly, and after that they move on and they've forgotten it very quickly, because Aries is this fast-paced sign, you know. Okay, so also your family environment, very dynamic, very driven. If you need stimulation, or maybe conversation with your family can give you the stimulation, or doing something together with the family, like a family business, for example, can give you stimulation a lot. Can be very proactive in pursuing properties and things like that, and very defensive and very protective of their family, because Aries is ready to fight. So they, with the moon in Aries, they'll be ready to fight for their loved ones and their family ones, and to fight with them and for them, both things. The moon, again, rules the health. For many women, the moon is more important for health, so they have to be careful with the head, with the eyes, you know, with getting themselves burnt or bumped, or bumps on the head, or cuts and bruises on the body as well. Fevers, feverish conditions, hot temperature conditions, infections of some sort, which is what, inflammations, which is all things that Aries rules. The emotional nature we spoke, the family nature we spoke. Then we come to Mercury in Aries. And by the way, I have videos for free on YouTube. Mercury through the 12 signs and the moon through the 12 signs. You can watch those. Maybe I'll send you links after that to everyone, so you have access to this. You don't have to look for them. I'll send to everyone who is on this course a link to Mercury in Aries, to Venus in Aries, that I have them for free, but we have to go through them anyway. Whatever Mercury is in the horoscope, this is our thinking. How do we communicate? Well, look at me. I have Mercury in Aries. I talk fast. I often say things before I think them through fully, and I make mistakes. I rush through. Fastness, whatever Mercury, whatever Aries is, we're fast. Quick thinkers, quick communicators, very innovative in their thinking. Mercury in the Aries will be, they might be very good with technology as well. They might be very good, very quickly quick learn, and they have to be passionate and excitable about something they learn in order to learn it. And they might be bored at school, because third house is school, the school years as well. Sorry, not third house, Mercury. You see how I'm talking without thinking? And they might be restless at school as well. They can learn very fast. They can communicate very fast when they're talking. They can interrupt others, because Aries is this, you know, when Aries is this energy that goes for, it wants to say whatever whatever it wants, and interrupts others. And many times people in interviews and in videos, they say, let your guest talk louder, stop interrupting them. Oh, well, I kind of have Mercury in Aries. That's my excuse. I rush there to say quickly something. I'm impatient, you know. And they can be very proactive in communications. They can be very proactive in, they can have more fights with siblings as well, or their siblings, because Mercury shows also siblings. Their siblings can be very Aries-like. They can be in sports, they can be, you know, they can fight more with their siblings, they can be athletic, they can be in some Aries career, which I'm not going to repeat again, because we said all of those careers, you know. And also, Aries shows, Mercury shows how one thinks. One tends to have more positive mental thought, looking forward to the future. Aries is a forward-looking sign for the future. It's full of new ideas. Mercury in Aries and Sun in Aries people, because the Sun is the higher, is intelligence as well. The Sun, Mercury is the thinking processes, so they think fast, they come up with new ideas. The Sun is creative intelligence. And the Sun in Aries are full of creativity and new creative intelligence. Not necessarily creativity to paint and to write music, not this kind of stuff. This is different. It's more like new ideas, bam, 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 creative, like that, because Sun is exalted in Aries, full of new ideas. And Mercury as well. So they can be also very, when Mercury in Aries, they can be very initiative in regards to starting commercial projects, because Mercury rules business projects. In how is their managing style as well? They'll be fast-paced, kind of authoritarian, bossy management style as well. But they might not be paying attention to detail, because Aries is rushing ahead, you know. And Mercury is the planet that we, you know, with which we write, we speak, with which we communicate, with which we make decisions. They can make decisions very rashly, very quickly, without evaluating properly, without checking all the resources necessary, because they're rushing ahead, and they can make a lot of spelling mistakes or mistakes. If you go to my website, it's full of spelling mistakes. And because I'm rushing ahead to write always Mercury in Aries, you know, and I don't go back to check again and to, you know, to cross the I's and dot the T's. No, dot the, whatever, you know what I mean. So yeah, that's Mercury in Aries. And Mercury rules the hands, and they can, when they communicate, they can move their hands a lot. Mercury in Aries, you know, because Aries is the sign of movement, the sign of physical activity, and Mercury is how you communicate, very expressive in their communication, very you know, loud sometimes even. Okay. And it's a good position for business ideas to move ahead, to quickly manage and organize, but they're not precise managers in organization. They'll rush through things, but they'll push the next project. Then Venus in Aries. Venus, whatever Venus is in a sign, you can have a very beautiful part that the sign rules in the body. And remember, Aries rules the head, and here the, you know, this part, so they usually can have beautiful forehead. I kind of think I have Venus in Aries. I think I have a beautiful forehead. But whatever, and you'll see later on, if you have Venus, for example, in Leo, my partner has it. Leo rules the back. He has a beautiful, when he walks, like very straight back. Or if you have Venus in Taurus, you can have beautiful lips, beautiful neck. If you have Venus in Gemini, you can have graceful hands. If you have Venus in Cancer, you can have beautiful breasts, you know. But we'll speak about that in the later signs. Venus in Aries, the head, you know, can make it, the skull can be well proportioned. My baby has, I'm not, sorry, I have, as a baby, look at that, I'm starting to get tired and just talk rubbish. As a baby, I had pictures of my head without hair, and I had a very correct skull, very harmonious, because Venus harmonizes whatever it goes in. So if you see me with shaved head one day, I'm sure it will be a pretty sight. Okay. Venus is relationships. And Venus in Aries can be very passionate about relationships. For them, you know, they need, their relationships need to be sexual as well. When it comes to love, if, you know, some people can be okay in a relationship that is more platonic or not so physical, but Aries is such a physical sign. It's such a sexual sign. And when you have Venus in Aries, they equate feelings to sex. They equate, if there is no passion in their relationship, that's it, it's finished. They won't stay in the relationship for the children. They won't stay, or they can look around for something new, because Venus, Aries likes new things. So if things become too challenging in their relationships, or if too boring, too, you know, because Aries, actually challenging can be good, because Aries likes a good challenge. Venus in Aries, some fights can excite them sexually even, and when they fight, personally for me, after a good fight with my partner or some stressful situation or relationship, I feel more turned on towards my partner. Venus in Aries can do that, because what stimulates you sensually and makes you feel more attraction is Venus. Aries is through fight or through some overcoming some challenge together, can be very bonding for Venus in Aries, and they'll pursue the person they're interested in. Like when I met my partner, I pursued him. I said, I'm coming over to the States and I'm gonna be with you. I kind of called him and I said, I'm coming over. I want to be with you, you know. So I pursued him to the other end of the world. But at the same time, remember that Aries doesn't have a sustained energy for very long times. If you make something too challenging in a relationship for Venus in Aries person, okay, initially they're the hunter. They'll find it interesting. They'll do it. But if it's too mysterious, or if you're not direct, if you're giving them too many, ambivalence about whether you want to be with them or not, they would move to the next target, because this is Aries. It moves fastly. It tries here. A challenge really stimulates him. Venus in Aries would really stimulate a man or a woman in a relationship, some kind of challenge. But if it's too big of a challenge, you know, if it's constantly, they're not certain about your feelings, and if you're giving them mixed signals, Venus in Aries is simple. You know, they want simple in their relationship, straightforward behaviors as well, you know, and they want to know that where it's heading for, and they will move on to the next if it gets too complicated, you know, or if it's not exciting, if it's not full of passion. And for Venus in Aries, they equate love, which is Venus, to, if they feel like, they can feel confused sometimes. They can have horny feeling towards someone, and they can think this is love. And for them it is, because Aries is very physical sign. So when they feel physical attraction to someone, for them this is love. This is how they express love. And they'll often, the expression of their love will be very physical. When I like something, which is Venus, I would want to squeeze it and pinch it and hug it and, you know, kind of physically almost hurt it in a sense, you know. It can be a bit rough and in expressing of love, in expressing of affection. Venus in Aries can be a bit, you know, like a like a little kid when it loves a kitten, it will squeeze them and smush them. And Aries Venus people can express their love in such way as well. And Venus also shows what you consider beautiful. They can consider beautiful red color. So if you want to seduce a man with Venus in Aries, wear red lipstick or a red dress or red lingerie. Venus in Aries would be attracted to maybe beautiful glasses, accessories for the head, scarves for the head, hats for the head. They can find it very sexy. What kind of partners they would consider attractive? Youthful looking partners that are athletic looking. They don't have to be younger than them, but they have to look athletic. And I don't mean muscular and bulky, but that someone that looks with well-toned muscles, and by the way, they'll have beautiful muscles, because Aries rules muscles as well, remember. And Venus in Aries, these people can create beautiful muscles, more harmonious muscles as well than others. They can be attracted to people that dance well, that are physically competitive, that are good at sports. They can be attracted at people who are good at hunting or whatever, who are physically active in some sort, or who are winners. Venus in Aries will be attracted to a female or male partner who is a winner, who is top number one at something, who is competitive, who they don't necessarily have to be angry competitive people, but they can be, say, a great business person that succeeds a lot, and Venus in Aries will be like, yes, I want that winner. The winner is what I'm drawn to, and I have Venus in Aries, and I'm attracted. My partner has very lean, muscular body, and I love that, and very youthful appearance. He's even younger than me, and very kind of youthful character as well. You can see him, how handsome he's on the picture here of my video. I'm using his YouTube channel to do this, but number one at something, okay, what else? And and I'll attach a video for Venus in signs as well for you here. How do they approach relationship impetuously? How they move on fast as well if the passion has gone on. New beginnings in relationships as well. Contracts, how do they keep contracts and promises, which is Venus? Well, if there's no excitement there, they're not going to keep it. Or they can quickly move away from that and get a new contract, new, the next one, please. Okay. Venus in Aries, we talked. We're going next to Mars in Aries. Well, Mars is in its own sign. That's a great position to have. Mars in Aries, which means that all the Aries core, even if you have nothing else in Aries, if you have Mars in Aries, you can be a lot like Aries, because Mars will be the final dispositor of many planets in your horoscope, or will be it's a planet in its own sign becomes one of your strongest planets. So anyone who has Mars in Aries can exhibit a lot of Aries qualities. And Mars in Aries will indicate that there's strong sex drive, and again, strong that they always they get very quickly turned on and aroused, because Mars rules the hormones of arousal. So especially for a man, that this can be someone that gets very quickly horny, and they have to have sex on the spot now, and often they can get excited in the most unusual places, and they want to get it on together immediately, and they'll go and pursue their sexual, if they like someone, they'll go and pursue them sexually, basically. And Mars is our drive and ambition. Well, in Aries, it makes you driven, ambitious, to fight for something, and Mars is the knight in shining armor. So they would want to protect weaker people, those that they would often feel like they want to help those that are weaker than them. So that's a great position to fight for some cause. If you want a fighter, a great fighter, Mars in Aries person. I can give you one example. Jamie Oliver has Mars in Aries, and I consider him such a warrior for new ideas, and he goes and completes those new ideas. His Mars in Aries, Jamie Oliver is a cook, basically, who went on a mission to change the food in schools, and he has Mars in Aries, and he did not give up. I watched that program, and I was like, wow, you're so confident at your ability to win a battle with Mars in Aries, and he would not give up on winning that battle. He's like the soldier. He's soldier for food, and good food for people, healthy food for children. You can use that Mars in Aries in any area of life, to achieve your goals. It will really make you push to get to the final goal, to make that breakthrough there. It's great for people that are in businesses that are competitive as well, in sports. I know many sports people in competitive sports that are with Mars in Aries. Again, the muscles, they can tone up their muscles very fast, Mars in Aries. I mean, I don't work out, guys, and my muscles are always toned because I'm constantly tensing them anyway, whatever I do. And if I go and work out within 1 week, my muscles are so toned, Mars in Aries. And they need to have some physical outlet, those people, or to be fighting for something, to be really involved in some projects where they're putting a lot of energy. Otherwise, they can fight a lot with other people, or the universe can attract a lot of fights in their life. But that's great. They're very self-motivated, self-starters for a lot of things, and Mars in Aries, even if you don't have success and you have Mars in Aries, if you don't have success currently in your life, this Mars in Aries, when it gets triggered at a certain period by important progression or transit, it will push you to become very entrepreneurial, very start new things on your own, self-motivated, and you can achieve miracles with such a Mars. And I, for example, my Mars was invisible because it's conjunct the Sun, so it couldn't manifest till the age of 30. And then through progressions, Mars became visible. So this Aries energy could manifest after the age of 30. But till 30, I was like, how can I have Mars in Aries? I don't see it. I'm neither ambitious, I'm not driven, I don't start any projects, I'm not successful in pursuing my goals. Well, when it got triggered and activated in my horoscope, my God, I wish there was an off button, you know, and very active. And these people should have some sport, should have to do some sport, or be very involved in putting a lot of energy in something, just like I do, because my Mars is in the 3rd house with the 2nd house. So for me, I'm putting this energy in communication, in teaching, 3rd house. But this Mars in Aries, it needs a powerful outlet. And if you don't have something that you're pursuing in business, or fighting for something, or achieving something to put this energy, you need to be physically active with that. Otherwise, you can be more susceptible to cuts, to burns, to accidents, to fights in your life, you know. Okay, then we go to Jupiter in Aries, and that's everyone born within 1 year of you usually have Jupiter in the same sign. So it's kind of more generational. So you have to see that what house your Jupiter is in to give you specific indication how the Jupiter in Aries is working for you. But it's a great position for Jupiter. Jupiter is friends with Mars, so it loves being in its sign. So Jupiter in Aries is strong if you have it there. And whatever house Jupiter falls in your horoscope, maybe when we do webinars about houses and planets in houses, when you have Jupiter in Aries, you can have great success there. First of all, you have great faith in that area of your life, because Jupiter is the planet of faith. You believe in something. You have luck there, because Jupiter is the planet of luck. And you're willing to start new things there. You're willing to innovate. You're willing to break through old patterns. You're willing to start the new things, and you believe in that thing as well. So if it's your Jupiter in Aries in the 10th house, that's Angelina Jolie. Look at her career, and look at her, you know, look at her social status and achievements, you know, and what she's done with Jupiter in Aries. So you have the passion to follow through, and you have the vision. Jupiter is a big vision. And often, wherever Jupiter is in your horoscope, you want to expand, to grow, but to help. And Jupiter is the most humanitarian and charitable planet. You want to give to others. That's why you're looking in that area, because you're very open-minded and you want to help others and give others, and you're very benefactory and how do I say, very charitable in that area. You're larger than life there. And when Jupiter is in certain house, because you want to give others and you give others, it also, and it's so expansive there, the universe, you become lucky and the universe gives you back. And with Aries, when Jupiter is in Aries, you're innovative, you have strong faith often, unless Jupiter is aspected by Saturn or whatever. You're driven to help people there and you're willing to fight for what you believe. You're willing to fight in that area of your horoscope for your beliefs, and you'd achieve it. You'd get it. It's a blessed position to have Jupiter in Aries, but in regards to the house it is in. So I cannot give a specific area. You have to see what house your Jupiter is in. If it's in the 3rd house in Aries, you'll be having bright new ideas and communicate and commercial and business ideas and new ones that you have a lot of belief in, and you can grow and expand and have wealth through. Whatever Jupiter is, you can have wealth through, even if it's retrograde, doesn't matter. Retrograde planet means that it's easier to manifest the energy of that planet later in life. It gives you second chance later in life. Usually you might be quite skilled at that thing as early in age, and then there is a period when you have to redo it a few times to try it. You have to work hard. When a planet is retrograde, you have to work harder there, but it does not mean you're not going to have success, because you're gonna work harder there. But when you put effort in something, and the longer it takes, the more rewarding it is after that, and the longer lasting the results of that. So it usually manifests a retrograde planet that it gives better results later in life. And after a few attempts, say retrograde Jupiter in the 7th house in Aries, well, you might have a few marriages until you get it right, but you'd always be full of enthusiasm, Aries, for the next marriage, and you'll be always excitable for the next marriage and the next partner or business partner, you know. But if Jupiter is retrograde, it might take you 2 or 3 takes to get there. And Jupiter gives multiplicity. Whatever it is, it will give more than one. Okay, if Saturn is in Aries. Now that's a hard position. Why is that? Because Saturn is in its detriment in Aries. Detriment means its weakest position, not detriment, it's in its fall, I'm sorry. Its fall, it means its weakest position, where it really contradicts the energy and the mission of that planet. The sign contradicts the purpose of that planet. And what is Saturn about? Saturn wants to keep the old. Saturn wants to do things the old ways, to keep the structures, to not to move anything, where you need to have security, stability, where you build walls and you don't want anyone to penetrate those walls. Saturn has its purpose. It's not just a bad person, a bad planet. Without Saturn, we cannot have stability in our life. We cannot have predictability. We cannot have secure structures and nothing lasting. Saturn rules everything which is lasting, like rocks, and and that's why Saturn rules anything that is rocks and buildings, that is lasting effects, structures, hierarchies, old institutions, old people. Saturn rules. But what is Aries? Aries is youthful. Aries is young people, and Saturn does not like old people. They always say, oh, old people are so bad nowadays. So Saturn feels grumpy in Aries. It says, oh, old people or young people are so bad nowadays. Aries wants new things, innovation. Aries wants new ideas. Saturn tries to keep the structures and the old there. So if you have Saturn in Aries, and you have it with many people, whatever house the Saturn falls in Aries in your horoscope, there'll be a lot of resistance, or it creates a lot of frustration in your life, because Saturn wants to keep the old, Aries wants to bring in the new. Aries wants something exciting, Saturn wants something predictable, something, and you can create a lot of in your mind, or something quite frustrating. There's a Saturn in Aries in the 7th house. You can have frustrating partnerships, and fights, plus resentment with Saturn there, because Saturn rules resentment and anger. Aries rules anger, Saturn rules resentment. When you put these two together, recipe for disaster. But it doesn't mean you'll never make it in that area of your life, but you'll have more than a fair share of frustrations if you have Saturn in Aries, in regards to the house that Saturn is in. Say you have Saturn in the 10th house in Aries. Well, you can have a very domineering father, Aries, who creates a lot of rules for you as well. Saturn creates rules, very dominating and rough as well somehow. Or bosses, later on bosses can become like that for you, and you can have more than a fair share of frustrations until you learn how to reconcile the very contradictory energy of the sign and the planet. So it's kind of considered in ancient astrology that if you have Saturn in Aries, whatever house it is in, you'll kind of tend to experience quite a few disappointments or suffering there. And it doesn't mean it will never be changed. Usually Saturn with age, the house of Saturn improves with age. But with Aries, Saturn does not learn its lesson so quickly, because Aries is impulsive. Aries is like a youth. It doesn't, and by the way, I forgot to say generally about Aries that it's a sign that it doesn't learn its lesson so quick, because it can go and burn itself 10 times in one place and will keep doing it. Its impulsiveness is there. But Saturn, is improves with age. So Saturn with Aries, maybe in your 40s, 50s, whatever house Saturn is in Aries, whatever area it rules, to improve with age. If it's in your 2nd house, resources and finances, but you'll go through a few frustrations and battles there, and blockages, until you get it right and sort it out right. Okay, that's it. All about Aries. I don't know, probably I can talk another 10 hours about Aries, but do let me know if you have some questions now before we close down. And let me see, because I think I'm receiving the chat with a little bit with a delay. So wait a little bit. Okay, so I'm waiting. What if no signs in Aries? Aries is a sign. Aries, you cannot have other signs in Aries. I'm sorry, I don't understand that. If you have no planets in Aries, well, then don't listen to this part of the webinar, you know. What about Marina's book? As a beginner, I'm in bad need of her book in order to maximize my learning experience. Yes, her book will be out on Monday, she said, so I will send it to everyone who ordered it as well. And she has a different perspective on the meta science. I told you my perspective. She'll tell you a little bit of a different angle there, but it will be similar to that. Thank you. That was very interesting and informative. Thank you so much. Someone is asking, what about Rahu and Ketu? Okay, Rahu is what we need to develop in this lifetime. Ketu is where we're coming from in past lifetime. Let me tell you about Rahu and Ketu in Aries. Ketu in Aries can indicate often a past lifetimes. And I've done regressions with good regressionists, and we looked at people's Rahu and Ketu, and they see their past lifetimes. Wow, it responds so much, their past lifetimes, to the indication of Ketu, the sign and house position of Ketu, because Ketu is the past. Astrology is amazing, and it was confirmed by people regressing. So Ketu in Aries will show that you come from a past lifetime of strife, or of pioneering. Maybe you are part of the pioneers, of a group of souls that were the pioneers that came to America to build new civilization, to build a new world. Maybe you come from a background that, or from a warrior background. Maybe you are in a number of lifetimes always the warrior, always in military somehow, or there was strife around you, or that you are maybe a very cutthroat, depending, because if it's in the 7th house, you might have been a trader that is very competitive in the past lifetime, because 7th house rules trading. Or if it's in the 7th house is also relationship, you might come from a past lifetime where there was lots of fighting in a relationship, for example. Or if Ketu is in Aries in your 10th house, you can come from past lifetime of high positions in the military. 10th house is positions in career, high positions in some kind of very competitive environment as a leadership. This 10th house is leadership. In Aries, you are definitely a leader of some sort. So you can see the atmosphere of your past lifetimes through Ketu. While many people just see soldiers, being a soldier, dying in a war with Ketu in Aries. Okay, or being the pioneers, the starters, the explorers of new lands, and one person was entrepreneur. They had a past lifetime, and they said, "I'm making cars, and I'm inventing cars, and I have a factory for cars." Ketu in Aries had that person, so he was an entrepreneur working with engineering, Another person saw themselves as a firefighter in a past lifetime. Anyway, so and Rahu is what we have to develop in this lifetime, the qualities we have to develop. And Rahu in Aries will mean that you have to develop in this lifetime assertiveness, independence. People with Ketu in Aries were very independent in past lifetimes. They learned to be on their own. They learned to do things for themselves. Rahu in the Aries, they need to in this lifetime to learn independence. And they would learn this independence in whatever house Rahu is in. So they can learn the independence. Say if you have Rahu in Aries in the 7th house of relationships, their partner will be very independent and will teach them somehow to develop this independence through the relationship. Or if you have, they have to develop assertiveness. They have to develop whatever. If you have Aries in Rahu, physical stamina. So Aries, Rahu people go and exercise. Because if you follow the dictates of your Rahu, the sign, and especially the house, you'll have a fast success in life. Rahu is corresponds to, if you follow the dictates, if you do that, you can have a sudden frog jump, or how is it called, trampoline jump success in your life, because evolutionary, this is the direction you have to go into if you want to develop your soul. And the purpose of incarnation is to develop the qualities of Rahu in this lifetime. And we use the qualities we developed from past lifetime, which is Ketu, as the bag of qualities that we carry with us to help us. But we have to move away from Ketu. So people with Ketu in Mars, they have to with life, with age, there will be less strife in their life, there will be less competitiveness, there will be less, they have to move. People with Ketu in Aries, they have Rahu in, or the North Node in Libra, so they have to move towards cooperation, collaboration, relationships. But if you have Rahu in Aries, you need to move towards independence. You need to move towards developing the physical body, the muscles of the body. You need to move towards entrepreneurship and initiative in that area of life. This is your recipe for success. So that's it. Okay. Ketu is also known as the south node of the moon. South node of the moon. And Rahu is the north node of the moon. Okay. The secret Facebook is, I'll send you a link, guys, after I finish this video. I'll send the email to everyone on your PayPal emails, and we'll join it, and Marina will appear once a week, and we can have discussions there. I will send it to your email so everyone has a link to the secret Facebook group, so we can discuss that, because we have all the other 11 signs to go through. Aries and Chiron, someone's asking, Karen, I don't work with Chiron. I don't work with asteroids. I work just with the planets, because there's so many asteroids. There are like millions of asteroids, and it gets too complicated. And I don't know if it really works, Okay. Thank you. So if I don't see any more questions, thank you. Happy Mother's Day. Yes, I'm going to go out and enjoy a glass of something strong with the baby. Empty second house and money, someone is asking me. Just look at the sign that is on the second house cast. Just what we showed. If it's Aries there, this is how you have to approach money. You have to go after it yourself, or you can make money through Aries things. Or if it's in Gemini, you can make money through communication, information. So you look at the sign and you look at the planet that rules it. Mercury and Venus retrograde in Aries. Is it possible that a person like that wouldn't live, show the Ariesness because of retrogrades? It will take you longer to show your Aries, your Venus Aries and Mercury Aries, because of the retrograde, because it's more introverted. The retrograde is more introverted, but you'll start showing it when by progression your Mercury and Venus turn direct, or when they're later in age, after a few tries, retrograde planets start showing their, they're more introverted, so it will decrease a little bit the Ariesness, but still, sooner or later, you'd have to show it in regards to Venus and in regards to Mercury. Is there something we should read to help us study this material? Well, you can read online. There's lots. You can read. You can go and check Aries through the houses, so you see some other perspectives. But I think I'm giving you everything that I know about it. So, I mean, I've read thousands of books, and nothing stands out to me in particular that I can tell you which to read, because just this information came to me mostly through working with people, through working through reading a lot. So I can't give one specific source, to be honest. I studied with so many teachers, and thank you so much. Marina's ebook will be sent to you guys. Everyone who's ordered it will be sent to you next week. And her ebook gives you a little bit different perspective on the same topic. But it's much more compact and tighter. Thank you so much. And yeah, there'll be timestamps to the video once I edit it, and I'll send you the link again. So you can jump to the timestamps depending on what you want to learn. But if you're trying to learn astrology from scratch, try and listen to everything. If you're using this to understand yourself better, or someone who is an Aries, or how to motivate yourself, yes, you can jump to your specific position. But if you want to learn everything and be a good astrologer, go through the whole video. So thank you so much, guys. I love you. Looking forward to see you on All About Taurus webinar, which will be in 2 weeks. If there is change, because with the baby it's a bit unpredictable, I will let you know for the day, but usually I'll try to do them all on Sundays at around 12 o'clock. And the other ones will be a bit shorter. They'll be like 4 hours or 3 hours and a half, because we don't have to explain the zodiac again. So thank you so much. I love you all. Happy Mother's Day, and I will see you. Someone's asking me, is there a good textbook for astrology? I've studied so many textbooks. I would recommend one of my teacher's textbooks, Sue Tompkins, The Handbook for the Modern Astrologer, I think it's called. It's it has everything there. It has everything that you would need as beginning to learn. So Susan Tompkins, or Sue Tompkins is her name. You can Google her book, and that's a very good book. So thank you so much. Bye-bye.